Hello friends, we are Digital World Computer. Today we will learn about database. Before we start database concept, we should know about some basic things like data, information, knowledge, etc. Data. Data is a raw, unorganized input. When we input something from the input device like keyboard, it is saved in the form of data. Information. Information is an organized and meaningful collection of data. Or we can say that when we process on the data, it formed information. We will learn this concept through a diagram. Here you can see the data and information. When we input any from the input device, that is saved in the form of data, and after the processing it formed information, and this information is saved in the form of file in the database. Next, what is database? Organized collection of data. In database, there is a file system, there is no index and table system. We cannot manage it manually, so we have a database management system. What is database management system? A database management system is using a query language that is used to manage the database. Here we can see database management system is using a language that is called SQL for query anything from the database. Okay, here we can see this again. Database management system is using SQL language for querying the database. When we insert, update, delete or do anything in the database, we used DBMS, database management system. Database management system is handled either database is in the hard disk or on the network. We have the many types of database management system, DBMS. First is relational DBMS. Next is object oriented DBMS, object relational database management system, hierarchical DBMS, network DBMS. When we have a database, it is formed a file. Let's take an example how a simple database is stored a file. A database. When we want to store an employee information in database management system, here is a database, a simple database. Okay, Here is an employee and we want to store it in a file, either any file you have. Okay, you stored in that. There is no table, no index in it. When we want to search an employee, like we have 20,000 employees and we want to search the 20,000 uh, employee name. When we search, when we want to search it, it takes it manually. It reads 1, then 2, then 3, then 4, and so on. While when we use the RDBMS, how it works? Let looks. RDBMS is also stored in a file like this. Okay, and it is stored in a file, but this file is stored in this format, in a table format. Okay, here we stored the information in a table format, like we stored serial number, employee code, employee name, and employee salary. If we want to fetch the information of 20,000, we have to execute a query that is executed by the database management system in the form of SQL statement that select employee code, employee name, and employee salary from employee table where employee code is 20,000. And when this SQL statement is executed, the output result shown within a second. That is too much fast than the database. So we can say the RDBMS is the powerful and the advanced tool than the simple database. Here we can see a picture of RDBMS system, how information is stored in RDBMS system. You can see this picture that how information is. Hello friends, we are familiar with database concepts. Now we will discuss and learn about SQL language. SQL is a language of database. SQL is an ANSI, American National Standard Institute standard. But there are many different versions of SQL language. SQL is structured query language, which is a computer language for storing, manipulating, and retrieving data stored in relational database. SQL is a standard language for relational database system. All relational database management system like MySQL, MS Access, Oracle, Sybase, Postgres, Informix, and SQL Server are use SQL as standard database language. Here you see working process of SQL database. SQL language is very efficient, easy to learn, and usable. It is functionally complete with SQL, in which you can define, retrieve, and manipulate data in the tables. Here we have 5 types of SQL command group. The groups are DDL, Data Definition Language, Data definition language or DDL have 5 commands in a group. First is create, alter, truncate, rename and drop. Next is DML, data manipulation language. Data definition define the data as a table format. Data manipulation is used to manipulate the data in the table like insert, update and delete. Next is data retrieval language, DRL, or we can also say that DQL, data query language, that is select. Next is TCL, transaction control language, that is commit, rollback and save point. DCL, data control language, that is grant and revoke. There are the 5 groups which all have these commands, and all these commands are used in SQL. Each and every command had its unique identity with its group. So we defined these groups in a format and save the data to form data handle easier. Oracle gives more command which is not described in this chart, so we have 2 more commands. The first is comment. Comment, it is described in DDL, and the second is merge. Merge is described in DML. We written DRL this as DQL, data query language. Now we will learn working process of these commands through simple examples. The first is create. Create is used to create the table, and these commands in the DDL command group, all these commands are auto commit. Auto commit means that we don't save or use commit property to save the property. Okay. The next is alter. Alter is used to recreate or altering the table structure. Next, truncate. Truncate is used to delete the data or the table structure. Rename is used to rename the table. Drop is used to drop the table. In the DML section, insert is used to insert any data in the table. Update is used to update the data in the table. Delete is used to delete the data in the table. Merge is used to merge the data between 2 or more tables. Select is used to query any data from the table. TCL is used to transaction control any commit, rollback and save point. Save point makes a save point. It is 2 types of save point. The one is automatic and second is manual. Rollback, when we want to roll back previous commands. Commit is used to save the work. Grant is used to grant the permission for the user, and revoke is used to revoke. Many times interviewer or examiner asks one question, that what is the difference between truncate, drop and delete. Here we have the differences between truncate, drop and delete. If we delete if we use the delete command, then there is no data. It means that data is deleted, but table structure and rollback is possible in this. Drop, there is no data and no table structure, and no rollback can be used. It means in drop command there is no data, no table, and no rollback is possible. While in truncate, no data, no table, but rollback can be possible. You can see there is a difference between truncate, drop, and delete. In drop, nothing can be done. Nothing. You can save the tables data, table structure, and no rollback is possible. While in truncate, the data is delete, table structure is also delete, but rollback can be possible for both. If we use rollback, the table and data is comes out. Okay, or tables or data rollback. But in the delete, data is deleted. Only data can be deleted. Table structure and rollback is used. Okay. Thank you for watching us. Please subscribe, like or comment our videos, or log in our official website www.digivordcomputer.com. Thank you. Hello friends, we are Digital Word Computer, and today we will learn about basic SQL, structure query language. Before we starting this session, we should know how to open SQL command line interface in our machine. So we have a start button, all programs, Oracle, application development, SQL plus, or SQL command line interface. It looks like this. Okay, you can change the layout through the properties. Right click on that and click on properties. Change the layout. You can change the width and height of the command line interface, and you can also see in the preview. You can change the color and look, it looks like this. Next, in this you enter username. We log in it through sys and the password is sys. These password were changed at the time of installation. If you have any problem, then watch previous videos how to install Oracle 11G in Linux or Windows. We log in it through sysdba because sysdba have the privileges to enter in the database or to connect with the database. We cannot log in through the any other user which haven't any authority for login in the database. Okay, now we log in it through the sys as sysdba. The password is sys. Now you can see it is connected to our database. When we install Oracle software in Linux or Windows, both time we install HR schema, or you can say a sample schema for practicing the beginners. So we check the HR schema is available in this machine or not. We connect it through the HR schema. Connect HR user and the password is HR. Okay. Select star from. It is a simple command, basically from fetching any data from any table, but we didn't know the table name, so we have a Oracle document which have the HR schema. We have job history, department, jobs, employees. These are the 7 tables which are available in HR schema for practicing the beginners. Okay, you can see here employee ID and start date. These two and these which are in bold, that is called primary key. Primary key of particular table, not a all table, in a particular table. In this is a self join. You can see this is a self join. We will discuss it later what is join and what is the self join. These are the foreign key. It denotes that each and every table is connected with each other. Okay, now we will know the table name, that is employees. It is not adjusted in that, so we set the line, set line size 200, and when we again write the command select star from employees, it looks like this. Next we clear the screen through a command clear screen, clear screen. Okay, next we again write same command select star from employees, and it looks like this, that the data is also fetched from the employees table. So this is the tutorial when we see how to open SQL command line interface. In the next video we will learn about a select statement. Thank you for watching this. Please subscribe, like and comment. Hello friends, today we will learn some basic commands used in SQL. These commands are very useful. Before we start to learn these commands, we have to memorize. In this PDF we can demonstrate all. The first is describe. Describe the table structure. If we didn't know the structure of the table, we have to use describe command. Describe is written in two form. First is describe in this way, and second is describe in this way. So we have to practically known, we have to connect it through the HR schema, through HR user, and we written DESC employees. What is the result of this command? This command give the output in this way, that name null type, name of the column name of that employee table, null, and type number, varchar, date, varchar, etc. Okay. The next is spool. Spool command is used to save the work in a text file. You can also append it. In this command you can give a particular location and a particular file format to save your work. Here we have an example. Here is another example of a spool. We have to return a spool command, and we give a path, a desktop path, and a file format. This is a file name, save oracle digital word computer.txt, and we want to generate the log of whole session in this file. Okay, now we want to execute it. Now when we enter in this is the command, and we want to know the output. The output is here. When we check it in the desktop, it is saved as save Oracle Digital Word Computer as we given in the file in this way. Okay, now the whole process in this session is stored in that file. Okay, now next is spool. When we have to close this session and start a new session, and we want to store the another log into the same file, so we append it through this command. Next is show all. Just a minute. It shows all the properties of SQL. If we write this, you can see the user information. User is HR, SQL line size, verify on or off, error logging, etc. There are too many information, and properties of SQL is looking here. Next command is set verify and set line size. Set line size, set the line. If the output, if you have the output in a long way and the line size is 50, then it is cut here. But if you set the line size in 200, then it takes 200 centimeter size and your output shown in a single line. Okay, next is set verify on. If you set this verify, then there is a query, that is the old query you run in the format, and the new query is the output. A query which is executed before the output, that is called set verify on. It is verify the query in the particular value. We will show in the next set server output on. When we have the server output, like if we have a query on PL/SQL, procedural SQL language, then we have to set server output on. If we didn't, then the output is not shown to the user. Okay, next is dual table is single row. This is a dual table. We use dual table in the next some videos. Then it is a single row and column table. Dual table is not a two tables addition of two tables. It is a single row multiply column tables. We have to use clear screen. Clear screen is used to clear the screen. We have used this command many times in our videos. Next is startup. Startup is used to start up the database. Shutdown immediate shutdown. Select open mode from $. This is the Linux command. This is used on Linux. Next, connect sys/sysdba. Sys is a user. When we use this sys/sysdba, it means sys is a super user which is login as sysdba. And when we use connect HR, it means HR is the username and next HR is the password. Next is exit. If we write the exit command in this, then it will exit, it will prompt and exit out from the SQL command line interface. Okay, these commands are the some basic command which is used in basic SQL command line interface, and we have to memorize it. Thank you for watching this. In next video we will show the select statement with various types, how to use the select command. Please subscribe, like and comment it. Thank you. Before working with the select query on SQL command line interface, we have to know the table structure. The first column is employees, so we describe it, describe employees. So may you note down, and there is a employee table in HR schema, and there are the columns: employee ID, first name, last name, email, phone number, hire date, job ID, salary, commission percentage, manager ID, and department ID. And there are the type. Employee ID is formed in number type, first name is in varchar, hire date is in date, and many more. Okay, next is describe departments. You can check them. Department table have 4 columns: department ID, department name, manager ID, location ID. Here you can see the department ID type or all the columns type in this format. You can check them. Okay, in this chapter we use only 2 types of table. First is employees and second is departments. There is no use of another tables, so we practice on this table only. Okay, thank you. Hello friends, today we will learn SQL select statement. First we will learn about syntax of SQL statement. The syntax is select column name from table name. Here select star is the column name for all columns from employees is a table name from HR schema. So select identifies the columns. It indicates that the columns to be displayed. Star is fetching all values. If any column name is given, then the column value is fetched. From, it identifies the table containing those tables. Employees, it is the table name in which user want to know the information. Here you can see select identifies the columns to be displayed. Asterisk sign is fetching all the column values from table. From, it is the information fetching from which table. It indicates from. Next is employees. Employee is a table name. Here you can see in SQL command line interface, every SQL statement has its unique value. Like select identifies the columns. Asterisk sign is fetching all column values. If any column name is given, then that column value is fetched. From indicates information is fetching from which table. Employees, it is a table name from the HR schema. So every single word in this select query has its unique identity. Here we have all unique identity from the distinct and other queries. Okay, next we want to execute this query on command line interface. Here we have the first query, select star from employees, and we write this query in command line interface. Here you can see a SQL prompt is given here, and we are logging through sysdba, and the password is sys. We are connected to the database. Next we are not connected to the HR user, so if we write this query gives error. If we want to execute this query,
from the sysdb or any other user, then the main schema from the employees table is basically depend from, then we use schema dot table name, or we should go to the HR schema and log in through HR user. Here we connect to the HR user. Here we connected and we write the query select star from employees. Next, this query is executed successfully. But when we see this query is not in a single line, we set the line size. In the previous video we set the line size, so we set the line size again. Next, the set line size is 250. We executed the query again, select a star from employees, and when we see the, you can see the output. This query is successfully executed in this. Next, if we want to give column name from table name, then we didn't put the asterisk sign from table name. We didn't want to fetch the whole table. We want to fetch the selected columns from that. So we use employee ID is the one column name of the employees, and last name is the another column name from the employees ID. So we use it. Here you can see the next select employee ID. Employee ID is the column name, comma last name. Last name is the next another column name from employees. When we want to execute this query gives the output like this. We selected only two columns from the whole table. You can see this. Select employee ID, last name from employees. Okay. Next, if we want to using arithmetic operator like select employee ID salary plus 300. Salary is in the form of number. So you can see this, select employee ID salary 300 from employees. Look at this. And we want the salary column from this. So we want the old salary and salary plus 300 and the employee ID. These are three columns. You can see that the employee ID is 179, basic salary is 6200, and the salary plus 300 column is 6500. Means that the basic salary is increased with the 300 because we adding 300 in the basic salary. You can see in each and every row 300 is basically joined with all of them. Let's if the employee have a bonus of 300 rupees on any occasion, then we give a query that salary plus 300, and this result will print in the output. Okay, you can see this. Next, if we want to use the operator precedence, like if we have select employee ID comma salary multiply 12 plus 100, is the operator overloading. Like if we also have a multiply sign and a plus sign, then which executed the first, then multiply sign have higher order precedence than the plus sign. Then the salary is salary multiplied 12 plus 100. Like if we want to execute this query, then we selected it through the PDF file and copy, and we put it this, and we want to execute the old, we want to print the old salary also. Then we have selected three columns, that employee ID, salary, and salary multiplied 12 plus 100. If we want to execute this query shows this employee ID 179, basic salary 6200, salary multiplied 12 plus 100. This is the this is showing the operator precedence the in which we can select to the select statement. Next, if we want to select null values, like select employee ID commission percentage from employees, commission percentage is the another column name in the employees table. So we want to execute this. We clear this file. We write the clear screen in this clear SCREEN screen, and we want to put this query. This is the next query, select employee ID commission percentage from employees, and we want to execute it. We execute it. We see there are lots of null values in the commission percentage. Here is the employee ID and the commission percentage in the another column, and you can see there are many null values is having in commission percentage. You can see in the from the employee ID 198. You can see this. Now we want to execute the another query, that is select commission percentage plus 12 from employees. We executed this query. What if we adding 12 in the null value, then what we get it? We know commission percentage column have many null values, but if we want to know what is the expectation, commission percentage, we want the commission percent actual value, and after the adding 12 the value of commission percentage. We executed it, and what we get, you can see it. If commission percentage is having a null value, then commission percentage plus 12 is also having a null value. It means if we add any number in the null value, then there we get also a null value. There is no scope of null value. You can see it. If the commission percentage is actually having a value that is 0.4, then 12 is adding in it. If we didn't, then there is no value. It means null value is like nothing. Null value is nothing. There is no scope of null value. You can see it through this output. And we executed this query through another example. If we want to know select employee ID commission percentage plus 12 from employee ID, then what we get the output. Here you can see this. We have three columns, like first column is employee ID, second column is commission percentage, next column is commission percentage plus 12, and now we want to know the output. Like we executed this query, and what we get the employee ID of each employees, because it is the primary key. Next, commission percentage is null, and commission percentage plus 12 is also null, because we know that the null value having no scope. Okay, that's all. Next, if we give the column alias is the name of column name. In the previous output we see that if we write commission PCT plus 12, you can look at this commission PCT. There is no alias. It is the by default alias. But if we want to change this particular column name, then we can give, like we have this ID. We want to change the select commission PCT plus 12 from employees. It means it is the, and we want to give the alias that, like increment. Okay, and we executed it. You can see this, the column name is changed, the output is not changed, output is commission PCT plus 12, but the alias, it is in the column alias, that the column name is changed according to our situation. Okay, here is the another example, like select employee ID, employee at department ID, department name from employees. We clear the screen for main focus of the input, like select employee ID. We want that employee ID is written as EMP and department ID is written as department number from employees. That we executed this array and the output is as we want, EMP DEPT NO. Okay, next, select employee ID, employee, department ID, DPT number from employees. It is the another, in this we uses the braces, but in next we don't use the braces. Okay, then we want to execute this query, copy and paste, and same result we get, but we didn't get the same result because in this in this query EMP and DEPT number is not same, because in this query EMP is written in caps lock, in capital letter, but in the previous query we written the column as first letter in capital word and all are in small. We written this EMP in this way and output is in this way, but if we execute it without the braces like in this, then the whole EMP, you can see it, we give the output in this way, and what we get this. And in the previous query what we get, the next is select last name from employees where hire ID is this. We use the greater than or smaller sign and we compare the dates. We also can compare dates in where clause. There is another example of where clause. Okay, you can see, check them here. Last name from employee where hire date is this. Sorry, here you can see this, when we execute this select last name from employees hire ID, these are the employees with the last name this, and all the employees having hire date is greater than 17 December 2005. Okay, there are 55 rows. The next is select employee ID last name from employees where hire date between operator is used when we want to execute query between two dates. We have two dates and we want to execute this query in these two dates. Okay, if we have 1 January 2005 and 31st December 2001, this is a 1 year gap and we want to know the information that employee ID last name from employees were hired between in this format only. Okay, here you can check this. These are the employees with the employee ID this, and these employees are was hired between these dates only. Okay, the next is in operator, select employee ID from employees where salary in this, means that the salary is only lie is 2000, 2200 and 3000. Here you can check this, there are the output is only 128, 136, 187, 197. If we want to add one more column with this, here we want to see to check whether we write this query is right or wrong, we want to add this. You can check this. There the employee ID with salary only 2000, 22,000 and 3000. Okay. The next is select employee ID from employees where last name like. There is a like operator which is very useful. You can check the like statement. You can check the select employee ID from employees where last name like this. Okay, means the last word is A, the third word is A. Here you can check this. Here you can check the third word is A. In all the employees which is seen in the output, we show the A in the third, and here is the employees which all having the A at third place. Okay. The next is null condition. Select employee ID from employees where commission PCT is null. Okay. We use the where clause at null place. Here you can see this. These all are the employees in which commission PCT is null. 0 and null is the another thing. Null is not 0. Okay. Select employee ID from employees where commission PCT is not null. Here is the not null condition. We clear the screen and we paste it. You can check them, and here are the 35 rows. Okay. Next is logical operator. Select last name from employees where salary is greater than 4000 and department ID is equal to 30. Here we have two queries and we execute it through AND logical operator. You can check them. Okay. Next, here is the OR logical. Here you can check them. What is the difference between OR and AND logical operator? I will explain you. Here, if we see the AND logical operator, it means both the query 1 and query 2 is strictly followed. It means strictly followed. Okay. Both the query, that is query 1 and that is query 2, must be followed by the fetching data. But if we use OR logical operator with the query 1 and with the query 2, that means only one query can fulfill the requirement. There not be a rule that in OR logical operator both queries will strictly follow them. It means it is partially followed. Okay. Next. Next is not logical operator. Here you can check them. The next is select last name, job ID, salary from employees where job ID is this and this and this. Here we use or and AND operator with this. Clear screen. Here you can check if we use and or logical operator with the all one. And in this query, it means that the query, there are three queries. That query one is this, Q1, query 2 is this, that is Q2, and query is 3, that is Q3. It means in the OR logical operator, that is Q1 and Q2 is partially full, but in with the output of Q1 and Q2 and with the Q1 and Q2 output matched with the Q3, and this is strictly followed. Okay, it means it is a combination of Q1 and Q2, that is called Q3, and this Q3 is matched with this Q3, and it is strictly restricted. Okay, next we run this file. In this you can check them. Select last name, job ID, salary from employees where job ID is this. You can check the job ID is only SAREP or job ID is this. Both condition must be fulfilled, and salary is greater than 15,000. This is must, so all the values are having value is greater than 15,000. Okay, the output is only 31 those. Next is the salary in descending order. If we want to fetch data in ascending and descending format, then we use ascending and descending keyword. Like if we want to fetch salary in descending order, we use DESC, and if we want to use salary in ascending order, we use ASC. Okay, if we select this, you can see in that select last name, salary from employees where salary is greater than 15,000, order by salary descend. It means that salary is fetching in descending order only. Okay, you executed it. Here you can see this King Luther is 24,000, Dehan is 17,000, and Kocher is also 7,000. The next is, here is the another example. You can check, this is in the format of ascending order. Next, salary in ascending order. Next, select last name. This is not equal operator. It is a type of one minute. Here you see the output. This is the output. Here you want to know the select last name from employees where last name is not King. Here are the last name employees where the last name is not King. Here King is not here. You can check them. The next is substitution variable. if you want to substitute any query. Here you can check them. Select last name from employees where salary is greater than this. It means salary is taken by anyone. Okay, let 10,000. Okay, here you can check them. Okay, because we set the verify on, show it will show the old value and the new value. Okay, next, undefined salary. This is the format of undefined. Here you can check them. Okay, King Kocha Dihan. Next is define my salary. It will define my salary with 3000. Okay, and set verify on is showing the old value and the new syntax that it will show here. You can check them. There is shown old and new because we set the verify on. In previous video you can check the verify facility is available and how it works. Okay, here we complete the chapter. Select command you can use and practice them for the SQL query. It is the complete select command in which whole select command is shown with different keywords and distinct operators. Okay, please subscribe, like and comment it. Thank you. Hello friends, today we will learn close, comparison, operators, substitute variables, verify and define commands. First we will learn where close. Here you can see a query that is used by select employee ID, last name, job ID, department ID from employees. If we write this query on SQL command line prompt, then it gives the whole result, that is employee ID, last name, job ID, department ID of the whole employees. But if we want to limited data, then we will use where clause. Here we understand the concept of where clause. Here you can see the whole data written by this query, the select query, and if we want limited data in this fetch data, then we use clause, where clause. Here you can see this. When we executed this query without the where clause, then it fetched the whole data. But if we use this query by using where clause, here we added where department ID is equal to 90, then we limited the data, and when we executed this query on this prompt, then it will return this. It means that it will return only the employee ID and the employees data from only where department ID is equal to 90. So we limited the data through where clause. The next is comparison operator. Here you can see the comparison operators. This sign denotes equal to, this greater than, this sign is greater than equal to, less than or equal to, not equal to, between, and, in, like and is null. Here we put some example of one each. Here you see the second example where we use comparison operator. You can see the query select last name salary from employees table where salary is less than equal to 3000. It means we use the where clause and we use also comparison operators. When we executed this query on command line prompt, then it will return this. It means all the employees who have the salary is less than or equal to 3000 is fetched. You can see the output. Comparison operators are used in conditions that compare one expression to another value or expression. They are used in the where clause. Here we see the another example of comparison through between operator. Here you see the another example, another query of between operator, that is select last name salary from employees where salary between 2500 and 3500. It means we uses where clause through the between operator and the salary is between 2500 and 3500. Here we copy this salary and we executed this query on command line prompt and we get this. Here all the employees have salary is less than 3500 and greater than 2500. It means salary is between 2500 and 3500. This is the another example of comparison operator through we use between operator. This is the another example of in operator when we use select employee ID last name salary manager ID from employees where manager ID in 100 101 or and 201. It means in operator choose only those values who are in this column. Okay. Next, if we executed this query on command line prompt, it means we select the manager ID only 100 101 and 201. Here when we executed this query, it means the manager ID is belongs only the command where we give manager ID in. You can see the input and the output. Here you see the input is select employee ID last name salary manager ID from employees table where manager ID is 100 101 and 201. Here you can see all the manager IDs is belong to the in department in operator. Pattern matching using the like operator. Use the like operator to perform wildcard searches of valid search string values. Such conditions can contain either literal characters or numbers. Here we see the example of like operator. You see they select first name from employees where first name like as percentage. These are the wildcards. There are two types of wildcards in like operator. The first is percentile. It means it denotes to 0 or many characters. And second is dash. This belongs to, it denotes to one character only. Here when we executed this query like select first name from employees where first name like as percentile, it means the name, the first name is starting with S is to be fetched. That is to be fetched. Here when we executed this query, we got that select first name from employees where first name like S. It means the first capital letter is S. Here you see Sundar, Shelly, Sarah, Shelly, It means the first name is starting with S is to be fetched. Here you can see the another example of like operator. You can see the query that is select last name from employees where last name is like underscore O percentile. It means the second letter of the last name is O, and we use both the wildcard characters, that is percentile and underscore. You can see this. Here when we select this query and we executed this query on the SQL prompt, then we will get, you can see this, select first name from employees where first name is like this. Sorry, we want to execute the next query, that is this. Copy, and we want to run this query, that is means we want to run select last name from employees where last name is like underscore O percentile. It means the second letter of the last name is O. Here you can see the employees detail where every last name is having O, and there is no matter the first letter and the others letter after the O. Here you can check every second word is O. So you can define, so we can define it that this underscore left only one character, and this percentile is denotes 0 or many characters, 0 or many. Okay, the next is, here you can see another example of null operator, that is select last name manager ID from employees where manager ID is null. While we use the null operator, it is indicates with the is null and is not null. Here when we executed this query, we cleared the screen through the clear command. Here when we clear the screen, we return the query select last name manager ID from employees where manager ID is null. It means it shows the manager ID, it means it shows the last name manager ID from employees table where manager ID is null. Here you can see the king is the employee having null manager ID. If we executed this query through this, that if we want is not null, it means when we executed this query through is not null, it gives the query having the manager ID is not null. It means king is not here because we executed this query through not null. Okay. Here we see the another example. The another example is having the logical AND operator. When we having the query like this, we have the select employee ID, last name, job ID, salary from employees where salary is greater than equal to 10,000 and job ID is like this. It means we executed this query and we want two conditions in a single query. Then we use and we want both query is to be satisfied. When we use the logical AND, it is indicated that we want to satisfy both the conditions, that is salary is greater than equal to 10,000, that is the first condition. It means the first condition is this, here you can see this, and the second condition is this. And when we use the AND logical operator, it means both conditions to be filled. It means 1 1 is equal to 1. We indicated this through the boolean. Here we can draw also a logical table for the AND and OR and the NOT operator, but we can generate that if we use the logical AND operator, that both the conditions is to be satisfied. Here we select this query and we run on the command line prompt. Here when we written this query on the command line prompt, that is select employee ID, last name, job ID, salary from employees where salary is greater than equal to 10,000, it means when we select these, all the employees having the salary is greater than equal to 10,000 and having the job ID like man, that is to be fetched only. It means all the employees having the salary is greater than equal to 10,000 and having the job ID like man. It means these are all are the managers. Okay. Next, we use the logical or operators. It means that the first, this is the first condition, that is the salary is greater than equal to 10,000 and job ID like man. It means only one condition is to be satisfied in on or logical operator. In AND the logical operator, both conditions must be satisfied. In OR logical operators, only one condition is to be satisfied. It means if we executed this query, here we select this query and we executed this on command line prompt. Here we have, you can see both conditions is to be satisfied in AND operator, but if we use OR, one condition is satisfied in each. If it is not manager, then maybe salary is greater than equal to 10,000, and if not, salary is not matched, then job ID is like to be manager. Now we check the next logical operator, that is not logical operator. When we use the not logical operator, that is we have the query select last name job ID from employees, where job ID is not in IT program, ST clerk and SC research. It means we don't want the job ID is IT programmer, ST clerk and SA reception. When we use this, we select the logical operator. It means it gives the vice versa. When we executed this query, and this gives the vice versa. It means it doesn't give IT programmer, ST clerk and SA reception. You can see and check the here. There is nothing which given in the in this column, that is IT program, ST clerk and SA receptionist. If we want to check, we can see the logical operators through the logical table. Here we can check this. If we discuss about AND logical table, it means there are 4 possibilities, that is 0, 1, 0, 1. These are the conditions. Okay. If we want to AND, apply AND, and here we want OR. Okay. When we executed AND on 0, 0, it means both condition is to be satisfied. It means it gives 0. And in OR, it also gives 0, because one condition is to be satisfied. In AND, there is both condition is to be satisfied, so it also gives 0. In this third one, it also gives 0, because in AND logical operator, it's only wants that both conditions is to be satisfied. In only last one, that is to be satisfied by AND logical operator, it means it gives 1, because both the logical operators to be satisfied. But in OR operator, only one condition is to be checked. It means the one is true and then it gives 1. Here, this is the difference between AND logical operator and OR logical operator. You can see, if one condition is to be satisfied, then OR is right. Okay. But if but instead of giving the only one condition is to be satisfied and gives only one where both condition is to be satisfied. In not operator, it gives only two. There are two possibilities, that is 0. If it is 0, it gives 1. If it is 1, it gives 0. That is a Boolean table of and, or, and not logical operators. Okay. Here you can see the another example of order by clause. We have a query that is select last name, job ID, department ID, hire date from employees. We want to execute this query on command line prompt. We have to clear this. We cleared the screen and we executed this query select last name, job ID, department ID, hire date from employees. We executed this query. You can check this. That is ONL is hire date is 2007, 2008, 2003. There is no order in hire date. If we want to order these this through hire date, okay, then what will we do? We just write the order by clause. Here you can see the query. We have the query that is to be, we want employees detail through order by hire date. You can see the previous query that is to be this select last name, job ID, department ID, hire date from employees, and we add order by hire date. It means we want to order the employees detail with hire date. Here you can check this. We will give the this command that is select last name, job ID, department ID, order by hire date. It means it will hire the employees data into the hire date. You can check this 2001, 2002, 2003, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. This is ascending order. If we want this same query in descending order, then we use DESC. It means we want the employees data order by hire date in descending order. Then when we executed this query, this will fetch the data and return the data with the hire date, order by hire date, and in descending order. Here 2008 is the latest and the highest date when the employee is to be hired. Here you can check this. This is a descending format. It is by default it is ascending format. If we want to rewrite this query, that is select last name, job ID, department ID, hire date, order by hire date, and we want to manually check ascending order, then we will use ASC. That is, it means we want to ascending order. Here you can check this. If we don't write the ASC, it will give the ascending order, but if we manually input the query in ascending order, then we can also use ASC command. Here we can check the another command. We also say that the DSC is sorting type. Okay. Next we will learn about single ampersand substitution variable. What is substitution variable? When we want to manually input from the user, then we will use substitution variable. Substitution variable takes the input at runtime. It means when the query is executed to the user, then there is a substitution variable which takes input from the user at running time. There are two types of substitution variable. First is ampersand, single ampersand, and second is double ampersand. Single ampersand is store data at temporary moment or temporary time, while the double ampersand takes the data and read the data and store data for the next time. Here we have a query of single ampersand substitution variable. Select employee ID, last name, salary, department ID from employees, where employee ID is equal to ampersand employee number. When we executed this query on our command line prompt, we cleared the screen and we executed this query here. You can see it want enter value for employee number. If we want employee number 190, then it gives employee ID is 190, last name Gates, salary is 290, and department ID is 50. Okay. If we give double ampersand instead of single ampersand, then it will take the value at once only and it will store the data into the sessions. That if we give 190 and when we execute this query again in the double ampersand, then it will not ask for value again, it will only print it. It means when we executed a single ampersand here you can see this, if we executed the single ampersand, it will ask for value and we will give 190. When we give the double ampersand, it will also ask for the employee number and we all again return 190. But when we again return the double ampersand, it will not ask any value because it already stored number sessions. Okay, and it will only print this query. Here the employee ID is 190. You can see this. It is 190 and it will print the same output as the before because the employee ID is same, because it's stored in the sessions. Here is the last define command. When we want to define any number, that is we want to define employee number is equal to 200, we define it on the number. We clear the screen. We clear the screen and we define the employee number, that is 200. Okay. Next we give this. Here you can see we select employee ID, last name, salary, department ID from employees, where employee ID is equal to ampersand employee number. It means we want from the user what is the employee number, and user defined already the employee number is equal to 200. It means it will not ask for employee number, it will automatically print because we define the employee number is equal to 200. When we executed this query, it will give the employee ID is equal to 200, and when we again executed this query, it will also printed. It means it defined the employee number in the sessions like double ampersand. When we release the data, we uses the command that is undefined employee number. When we executed this query here, it will undefine the employee number, and when we executed the query that is select employee ID, it will ask for the employee number because it will release the employee number. You can check this, enter value for employee number, that is 190, and here you can see the output is different because we define employee number is equal to 200 and it will store in the sessions, and when we give the single ampersand, it means we want to use temporary employee number, it already have an employee number in this session. Okay, so it will not ask to the user and it will print out. But when we want to release this, we use undefined command, that is undefined employee number, and it will ask for another employee number, that is 190, and when we executed this query, this will print this. Okay, thank you for watching our videos. Please subscribe, like and comment.
Hello friends, today we will learn about functions. Functions are two types. First is single row function and second is group functions. Single row functions have single input and give single output, while the group functions having multiple inputs and a single output. Here you can see in the picture that a function and its types. Now we will see a function of single row functions. A single row function is formulate the table in user's view. Here single row functions have 5 types. Character single row function, which have 2 types, case conversion and case manipulation. Number single row function, date, conversion and general single row function. Here we started with single row function, its second character, and in character there is a case conversion. First is lower. We can use the lower function in our command, like here we use the lower command as a single row function. The command is select lower Lochan single from dual. Dual is an imaginary table, and we execute this command, and here we get a Lochan single in lowercase. Next command is upper. If we use upper instead of lower, then we get select upper. We write in lowercase from dual, and we get Lochan single in upper. Next command is init cap. If we use init cap as our command, then select init cap here. You can see the first letter is in capital form. So we have done the case conversion of character as a single row function. Next method is case manipulation. In case manipulation, the first is length. How we use the length in this command line prompt. Select. Here you can see the select length command, that is select length Lochan single from dual. The length is 14. Here you can see the output. The next command is concat. Select concat Lochan comma single. These are the two words and which are separated, and we want to concatenation, and when we execute the query we get a single word, that is Lochan single without the space. The next command is substr.
if we use sub str, we use select sub str Lucian single one comma 6 from dual. We get this. It means it is subtract a string from 1 to 6, 1 to 6 letters. The next command is instr. Here we use select instr here we want to find the nth word in Lucian single string, so we use this instr in string, and here it is find that n is on 6th place. The next command is lpad. When we use the lpad, then it means that I wish that the word is ten letters, and we give a Lucian by default in the table, and when it takes that how to complete 10 letters, if it existing is in the form of 6, then it uses star or asterisk sign in the left pad. Okay, the next is R pad, right padding. We use select R pad, and this is the same. When we execute this, the asterisk sign is changes from the left to right. The next is trim. Select trim L from Lucian single from dual. Here you can see this. When we give a string that is Lucian single and we want to trim L keyword from in this string, then it gives Lucian single. Next is char. We clear the screen. Here you can see the if we use the char select character 65. 65 is the ASCII value of A, capital A. Then when we give the command select char 65 from dual table, that returns A, capital A. And next we use select ASCII Lucian from dual, then it gives the ASCII value, that is 108. Okay. we have to complete the case conversion and case
Hello
manipulation
friends,
from
today
characters.
we will learn about conversion
Next,
functions.
we have
Data type
numbers.
conversions are two types. First is implicit data type conversion and explicit data type conversion. Columns of the table is an Oracle database can be designed by various ANSI standard, DB2, SQL. However, the Oracle server internally converts such data types to Oracle data types, means that it converts internally. When Oracle servers can automatically convert data types into expected Oracle data types is called implicit data type conversion, means the data types are automatically converted internally. When user convert through commands, means when user convert the data types to Oracle expected one is called explicit data type conversion. In continuation of implicit data type conversion, the Oracle server can automatically convert. These are the data type conversion which are implicitly converted by Oracle. That is number, when number converts into varchar and varchar converts into number, that is the converted by internally. Or we can say when varchar or char is converted into date or date is implicitly converted into char, that is take care by Oracle itself. And these conversions are the implicit data type conversions. While the explicit data type conversions are manually converted by the user. The diagram is this. You can see the explicit data type conversion when you use character into date, then you use toDate function. When the date is converted into character, then we use toChar. When character is converted into number, the use is toNumber, and when number is converted into character, that is means we use toChar. The functions are toChar, toNumber and toDate. Here we have seen the explicit data type conversions through some examples. Here you can see we use toDate function. Firstly, we convert character or varchar into date format, then we convert the date into character format again, and we want the result. When we executed this query, the result is 19 July 2018. It means the varchar is converted into date format, and then again date format is converted into character format. Here you can see the another example. Here you can see the varchar. When we enter the 12 into varchar, this is implicitly converted into the number, and we again give the external command toNumber. That is, it means that we converted this varchar into number, and again we reconverted it into the varchar and print the output. Here the output is in the format of varchar. Here we use the implicit and explicit conversion both in one example. Here you can look out this.
Hello friends, today we will learn
this is the
general functions.
completion of
General functions
conversion chapter.
work with any data type and pertain to the use of null values
Thank you
in
for
the
watching
expression
us.
list.
Please subscribe.
Here
like, and
we have
comment.
4
Thank you.
types of general functions. First is NVL, NVL2, nullif and colias. NVL function convert a null value to an actual value. If expression 1 is null, then it returns expression 2, otherwise expression 1 is written. Next is NVL2. If expression 1 is null, then it returns expression 3, otherwise it returns expression 2. Nullif, if it compares two expressions, like expression 1 and expression 2 compares itself, and if they are equal, then it returns null, otherwise it returns first expression. Colias, it returns the first non-null value. If expression 1 is null, it returns it checks next expression, then it check expression 2. If it is not null,
then it returns expression 2. Now we will see the examples of these general functions. Here we seen the first example of general function, that is NVL, and we use the NVL functions in our example. We have a query that is select employee ID commission percentage, and we use NVL here, NVL commission percentage comma 0. If commission percentage is 0, then it writes 0 instead of null from employees table where employee ID is greater than 180. When we execute this query, we got this. We got employee ID 181. The actual commission percentage is null everywhere. You can see through 181 to 206, we have commission percentage is null. When we executed through NVL, we put it through 0. You can see this. So NVL functions is most important in these cases when we have the null values. Here we have the NVL2 example. You can see we selected the column last name, salary, commission percentage, and we use NVL2 for the employees, that if the commission percentage is null, then employee is available only for salary. If there is any commission percentage for employees, then salary plus commission is given to the employees. When we executed this salary, like O'Connell, that is the salary is 2600, there is no commission, means commission is null, then income is only salary. But if we executed this query and we seen, you can see here the partners have salary 13,500 and commission percentage is 0.3, then his income is salary plus commission, means if we use NVL2, then if there is no value in commission percentage, it will add commission percentage plus salary. Okay, here you can see the another example of null if. Here you can see this. We uses first name and we count the length of first name into expression 1, last name, length of last name into expression 2, null if length of first name, and we compare the both length, first name and last name of the employees, and result from employees. Here when we executed this query, we got the result. We got that Josh Manuel is expression 1 having the length of 11, last name is Arman and having the expression 2 5, and the result is 11. Okay, we see the result. If the expression 1 length and expression 2 length is same, then it will gives null value. You can see this. And if it is not same, then it will return only the expression 1. You can see if there is not matching in expression 1 and expression 2, only expression 1 is written in the result format. Here is the another general example of Colliers function. You can see the Colliers function. We use select last name, employee ID, and Colliers to care commission percentage, to care manager ID, and no commission and no manager from employees. You can see if we use commission percentage to care and manager ID to care, we use if there is non-null value, then it will give the values. You can see the output. You can check this. Here in the Colliers section, only one column is written, because when the Colliers is executed in the query, it will check the non-null value. If commission percentage is null, it will further check the next column, that is manager ID. If it will check manager ID is also null, then it will check the next column. Here you can see the employee ID, manager ID, and there is also the third column, that is no commission and no manager. Means that the two columns, when the Colliers is executed, both columns are null, and here it in the next third column. It means that Colliers is executed when it checks the first column, second column, and third column, and it will not indicated that there is only third columns. We can execute it the column into the n number of columns, nth number of columns we can written as, and it will check the nth number of columns, and the query will take executed time much more time. There is another example of case. When we use case, here you can see we use the last name, job ID, and salary, and case job ID when IT program, then 1 into 10 salary, when ST clerk, when this, and print salary, then revise salary. It means we revise the salary as we want. We executed this query through case command. Okay, when we executed this query, this will return this. You can see this. When the senior clerk, ST clerk, then it will salary multiply by 1.15. When it checks it IT programmer, then it 1.10. When it is a SA reception, 1.20 into salary, and else from the other post, it will revise salary and it will not change. You can see this. Here we have another example of decode function that is also used like as case, but it is the another type. Here you can see this. When we use the case and decode, there is another type to write this query. And when we executed this query, you got the same result, but the written formation is different in case and decode. So this chapter functions is completed with general functions last type, that is Colliers. So please subscribe, like, and
in
comment
our last video
videos.
session we learned about character single row function. So in this continuation, today we will learn about number single row function, date single row function, conversation, and general single row function. In number single row function, we have 5 types. First is round. Here you can see a command written on round. The command is select round 46.909, 2 from dual. Dual is a virtual table. Here 46.909 is the number and 2 is the digit. After decimal we will round it off. It means that it is the number and 2 is the digit. After decimal we will round it off. It means we want rounded 2 numbers after decimal. Okay, it means here we write 2. If we write 3, it means we rounded off 3 numbers after decimal. Okay, when we executed this command, select round 46.909, 2 from dual table. So here we get 46.91 because the last third digit is 9. You can see here 46.91
46.909, and we rounded off 2 digit. We want it that we rounded only this number. Okay, when we use the round command, then the last third digit, it is the last third digit, it is the first, it is the second, and it is the third digit. When it is rounded off, it is greater than 5. Okay, so it is greater than 5, and according to math, it should increase 1 in second digit, and it should be 0. It becomes 0, and it increase 1 in this digit. So the new number is 46.91, and here we get this. Okay, here you can see the another example of round command when we are using -2 instead of +2 at rounded place. When we use -2, it should round it off the number before decimal. You can check when we use -2, it should round it off before the decimal, and when we use +2, it should round it off this side or the after the decimal. Okay, so here we have rounded off. You can see this command. Here we rounded off the number, the 2 digit, and the number is 46.909 and the minus sign. 46.909 and it is -2. You can see if we use -2, that is, it means it rounded off before the decimal, and the number is 46, which is less than 50. Here you can see this. So it should be rounded off, and after the rounded off, it returns 0. So the answer is 0. Okay, the next is 46.909, and we rounded off only -1. Okay, if we rounded off -1, it means 46.909, and we choose -1. Okay, so it means it should check 1 digit before the decimal. Okay, 46. 6 is greater than 10. 6 is greater than 5, sorry. So it should be 0, and it increase 1 in this. The return is 50. It is rounded off, and here we get the answer. The next we choose the next example is select round 44.901 comma -1, that is 44.909, and we want to round it off -1. That means before the decimal 1 digit. The 1 digit is 4. 4 is less than 5. It means it should be 0, and it added nothing in the second digit, so it becomes 4040, and here we get this. So by these examples you can understand the basic concepts of round command in number single row function. The second type is trunc. Here you can see the command written on trunc, that is select trunc 44.909, 2 from dual table. This is +2 means +2, so it will check the digit after the decimal from this side to this side. We will trunc this number 44.909 up to 2 digit after the decimal. So it will truncate this, and in trunc the query doesn't check like round function. It will directly trunc and give result. The result is 44.90, and we don't write 0, so the result is
Here we check the output also. The output of the query and the result are the same. The next query is 44.901909 and we want to trunk up to 1. So we check here after decimal 1 digit. The answer is 44.9. The next example is 44.909 and minus 1. Here this indicates that the digit will truncate before the decimal and up to 1 digit. So it will not check 4 is less than 5 or greater than 5. It will not check. Okay, like round function, it will not check the 4 the digit is less than or greater than 5. It will directly given the result, that is 40, and here you can see this. The next is 48. Here, as we shown earlier, that it will not check the digit, it will give the result output. Okay, that minus 1 is checking the digit before the decimal, that is 8, and it will not check 8 is less than or greater than 5, so it will directly prompt out that it is 40. You can see this, and through these examples you can explain and better understood the function of trunk. In number single function, the third type is mode. Mode or modulo operation finds the remainder after division of one number by another, sometimes called modulus. Here you can see the query, that is select mode 10, 3 from dual. Here 10 is dividend, 3 is divisor, and you will get 1. After the executing this query, you will get 1. Here 1 is the modulo. You can see this when we divide in 3. Here 3, it is the same thing. 10, this is this, and 1 is the modulo. This is the same concept of modulus. Here you can check the another example, that is select mode 10, 2 from dual table. It gives 0 result because if we divided 10 from 2, it will give 0 modulo. You can check this, and here is the output. So the mode number single function gives the modulo, which is which gives the remainder after division of one number by another. In number single function, the fourth and fifth type is sealed and floor. Let's take a number that is 9.5. If we take 9.5 as a number, we assume the number 9.5 and we execute the seal query. Here you can check the query, select seal 9.5 from dual table, and it will return 10, because let's take an example that is a room, and we put this number in the middle, and if we execute this seal query, that it will return 10 because seal is here and that is return 10, and floor is here, that will return 9. So if we execute this field query, it will return 10, and if we execute the floor query, then it will return this. This is the best example. When the seal and floor query is executed, it is the best, and the number single row functions example. Thank you. Please subscribe, like and comment our videos. Thank you. Hello friends. In this session, we will learn about working with dates. The Oracle database stores date in an internal numeric format, that is century, year, month, date, hours, minutes, and in seconds format. The default date format is DD, that is date, month, and RR. RR is just similar like YY. YY is year format. Here we can learn the RR format through this table. First table is shown the current year. Second table is shown the specified date. Next, RR format and YY format. If we are in 1995, that is current year is 1995, and we specified a date, that is 27th October 1995, then the year is, it takes 19th century and 95 from there, and you get this. But in the next, and if you are using in current year 1995 and the specified date is 27th October 2017, then the current year is taking 97 and a specified date is taking this. This is wrong, because you are talking about 2017, not 1917. So in many times when YY format or yearly format was indicating wrong information, so we use RR format. So we seen how RR format working, because when we execute this query on this date, YY format gives wrong information while RR format giving right information. How this function working? So we check the RR format working information through this chart. So look at this. This chart shown the current year and a specified date here. Okay. So taking 95 in current year, 95 belongs this place, and specified is 2017, means 17. This indicates this place, and this meets at this. So the return date is in the century after the current one, that is gives 2017 instead of 1917. So this algorithm is especially designed for the RR format, that is the next part of year format, and this will show how RR format is used, and this is beneficial for us. Now we apply round and trunc functions on working with date. We will use round and trunc command on date, month and year format. Later on we will also learn rounding year using RR format in command line prompt. First we will learn about sysdate. Sysdate, select sysdate from dual. Sysdate is showing the current date of the system of the machine. Okay. Here when we executed this query, select sysdate from dual. Dual is the imaginary table that gives the sysdate, that is 19 February 2017. Here is my system date. Now we are implementing dates with arithmetic operators. Here we have a query. We have this query, that is select hire date. Hire date is the column of employees table. Sys date is the current date minus hire date divided by 365, and we name the column alias as column balance year from employees, where employee ID is equal to 200. Now we use round sys date minus hire date divided 365 balance year. It has all the functions like column name, round functions, sys date minus hire date divided by 365, that gives the year, that is give the balance year, and we shown through this command. Okay, now we executed this query. Here we get the hire date of employee ID 200 is 17 September 2003, and the sys date is 2017, and balance year is 13. Now you can check 2003, balance year is 13 and 16 year, and because this is September and the sys date is February, so it will round it off. Okay, if it completes 17 year, it will show 17 years. Now you can see we can also use arithmetic operators with dates. Okay, now we are using date with round and trunc functions. We wrote a query and we have to show employee ID, hire date with round function in the month, and hire date with trunc function with the month. We write a query that select employee ID, hire date, round function, trunc function of hire date from employees table where employee ID is greater than 190. When we executed this query, we got this. Here we have the original hire date, that is 19 December 2007, and when we round this, we got 1st January 2008. When we trunc this, we got 1 December 2007. Here you can see this, the actual hire date with round function, and hire date with trunc functions. Now we are using date functions. The functions are month between, adds month, next day and last day. Here you can see that we write a query that is used months between function, select months between. We find the months between in these two dates from dual table. If we execute this query, here when we executed this query, we got the months. The next example is add months. When we add months in any date, like the date is 19 February 2017 and we want to add 1 month, here you can see we write 1, that is means we want to add 1 month from this date, so we add and the result is 19th March 2017. If we want to know the next day means that the today date is 19 Feb, and that is we want to know the Friday after 19 Feb. The result is 24th Feb. If we want to know the last day of the month, that if we give the query select last day 19 Feb 2018, that we want to know the last day of that month, that is 28 Feb 2018. So through which we complete the session of working with dates. Next is conversion.
Hello friends, we are
Hope you
Digital
like
Word
this.
Computer
Please
and today
subscribe,
we
like
will
and
learn
comment.
group
Thank you.
functions. As we discussed before, group functions operates on set of rows to give one result per group. We discuss that group functions having multiple inputs and a single output. Here it is the group functions. Here I have several inputs and a single output. Here the group functions is divided a single table into many groups. Like if we have an employees table and this employee table have many departments like department 90, department 60, department 50, then it splits this employees table into groups like a single group of department ID 90, that is group 1. Next is department ID 60, that is group 2. These are the table of employees table, but this single table is split into many groups. This is the quality and beauty of the group functions. Here you can see the types of group functions. We have these types of group functions like average, count, max, minimum, standard deviation, sum and variance. So we have these types of group functions, and now we give an example of each types of group functions so we can better understand these types of group functions, how group functions is used by the user. Here we have a query that is used for max. Select maximum salary and maximum hire date from employees. It means this salary is used to check the maximum salary and maximum hire date from employees. You can see the maximum salary is 24,000 and maximum hire date is 21st April 2008. The next query is shown to minimum function, that is select minimum salary, minimum hire date from employees. Here when we executed this query, select minimum salary, minimum hire date from employees, it will give the minimum salary and minimum hire date, that is 2100 is the minimum salary and minimum hire date is 13 January 2001. Next we have the sum. Select sum salary, it means it sum the salary of all employees, and sum commission percent, it means that is sum of the all commission in this employees table, and it will print out. Let check this. We executed this query and when we got this 69, 14, 16, that is the sum of all salaries, and next is sum of all commission percentage of all employees. The next is average. When we use select average salary, you can check this. When we use commission percentage of average group from employees, so it will see this, but it will give the wrong output because when we calculate the commission average of commission percentage, it will give the another. So why it is wrong? Because when we executed average in group, it ignores null values. It ignores null values. It is a drawback of average group by functions. When we executed the average on null value, it ignored that. So we use NVL function for forcefully
consideration of null values. The null values changes null value into 0, and it forces the average function to consider the value. So when we executed average function, and if we know that the column have any null value, then we also use annual function for forcefully consideration of that particular column value. Here when we put annual function on average, that will give the right answer, that is 0.7289. It means when we not consideration the annual, that it ignores the null value, and when we consideration the annual function, it means it forcefully consider the null value to the average functions. The next is, here you can see the another example of group function, that is stddav, standard deviation. When we executed this command on select standard deviation cell as we column alias as deviation from employees, it will give 3909.57973. It means we can calculate the standard deviation on the cell and it will give the output. Here we have the another, that is variance. Here we completed the maximum, minimum, sum, average, standard deviation, and here we have variance and count functions. The variance is used here when we wrote this query like select variance cell column alias is variance from employees. When we executed this query, we got 15284813, means it gives the variance of cell. Okay, the next command is count. Here we have the count, that is used to count the number of columns or number of data is said to be in columns. Like if we count the employees, we executed this query, select count star from employees, and we got this 107. It means there are 107 employees in employees table. Next we have select count commission percentage from employees. It means it will, when you executed this query, it means it only count the values which are not null, means it is not consider the null values. It means we have 107 employees and it will give only 35 employees are having the commission percentage, other are having null values. The next is distinct. Distinct function is used to select the distinct is used to show the data at a single time. It will not it will consider a single data at a one time only. When we use a distinct, it will give, here when we executed this query, it means it will give the department ID, that is not it means in a unique way. It means distinct is giving the output in a unique way. It means it will not print number twice. The next is group by clause. When we executed the query like select some salary from employees, we can group by through the department ID. Let we have this. Here we clear the screen through clear command, and we write the query like select some salary from employees. We want to know the salary of employees and we want to sum, but when we group when we use the group by function, then it will sum the salary through department wise. Here you can see the output. We can show this output through this type. We show the department ID, sum salary from employees table, and we group by through the department ID. It means that the department ID 100 having the sum salary is 51,608. There is also a null department ID, which are the employees which are not having any department. Those salary are 7,000, and there are many department IDs are there. You can see and check the department ID and the sum salary column. Here the table is split into these department IDs. A single table is splitted through group by function. The next is select sum salary from employees where commission percentage is not null, group by department ID having. Here is another function that is called having. When we want to use the where clause in group function, there is not we cannot use the where clause, so we have having function in it. So when we use the having function, we can see the output. Here we have the select sum salary from employees where commission percentage is not null, group by department ID, and having sum salary is greater than 6,000. It means we using the clause, and in group function we cannot use the where clause, so we having the having function, which is same like as the where clause, but having function is used in group functions only. So when we executed this query, we got this, that is 7,033 lakh 4,500. Okay, so we finishes the group functions and the group by and having clause here. Thank you for watching us. Please share, subscribe and like our videos. Thank you. There is also a function that is called nested group functions. You can see the query, that is select max average salary. It means we want to average the salary, that is the first group function, and we nested it through the maximum average salary. It means we nested the group function, a function into another function. That is called the nested group functions, and we use this through this query, and we want to execute this query through on the command line prompt. We when we write the query on this select maximum average salary from employees where group by department ID, and when we executed this query, we got this. It means there is another concept of nested group function. We can use the function into function, that is called nested group functions.
Hello friends, we are Digital Word Computer, and today we will learn joins. Yet we have used select statement with a single table. Now we can use select table with more than one table. We can join the table. A join, it is used to view information from multiple tables. Now we use ANSI standard joins after Oracle 9i onwards. Before Oracle 9i, the join syntax was different, given by SQL 1999 standard. The SQL 1999 compliant join syntax does not offer any performance beneficial over the Oracle proprietary join syntax that existed in the prior releases. In ANSI, join more reliable, memory efficient, flexible, time consuming, and give more functionality to the user. There are following types of joins which are used through select statement as query or subquery. The first type of join is natural join. Here you can see the different types of joins which are used, and the first is natural join. Here we will learn what is natural join. Before we starting to learn natural joins, we have two tables. That first is employee and second is department. Employee table have two columns, employee ID and department ID. Department table have two columns, department ID and department name. Now we want to use natural join. We write a query. The natural join based on three rules. The first is column name. It means that department ID, this department ID means column name is matched with the other column name, other table column name. It means these column name will be matched. This is the first rule. The second rule is column data will be matched. It means the data given in this will be matched in this. Means both the data will be matched. The next is uniqueness. Both the table have a unique data. If data is not unique, then that it gives error. It means the data is not unique, it will give error. So when we want to use natural joins, these three rules we have to mind. Both the tables have the column name, same column name. Next, column data will be matched. If data is not unique, it will give error. So see the next example of natural joins. Here you can see the natural joins. Here you can see the example of natural join. We have a query that is denotes to natural join. We have a select query. Select department ID, department name, location ID, city from departments, and we join the natural join locations. We have two tables. First is location, which have two columns, location ID and city. The next is department. Department have department ID, department name and location ID. Location ID is common in both two tables. It is common in the department ID and it is also common in location table. If we executed this query, we selected this query from here and paste it on terminal and we got this. Here department ID, department name, location ID, city is here. As per the view, natural joins give the result and join the two table and view the data from two table. Natural joins completes its three rule in this output. First, column name, column data and uniqueness. The next is using clause. Using clause have two rules. The first is the column names matched but data types don't match. When we use natural join, the column name match in both tables, but if data type didn't match, then natural join gives error. So we use using clause. Next is if more than one column has same name, then we use using clause. The natural join and using clause are mutually exclusive. It means these two clauses are dependent on each other, natural join and using clause. Now we see the example of using clause. In this we learned the concept of using clause. We have two tables. The first is employee and the second is department. These are non-equijoins, means the data are not matched in both tables. It repeated the column department ID and because it is the foreign key, and in department table it is the primary key. So when we use the using clause, joining using clause, it gives all possible values and it doesn't give error. Here we learned this concept through a query. Here you can see a query that is select employee ID, last name, location ID, department ID from employees, join department using column column name. It means the department ID is same in both the tables. There are two tables are used in this. The first table is employees and the second table is departments. When you use employees table and department ID, this is the common. Department ID is the basic column that is used to join the tables. Here we fetch the data. Here we write the query, select employee ID, last name, location ID, department ID from employees, join department. We joined both the two tables using department ID. It gives this. It means it gives all the possible values. While when we use the natural join, it gives error because it repeated many times, like 30 is repeated many times. But in using clause, it gives all possible values whenever it have. The next is on clause. On clause, it specify arbitrary conditions. It means it uses a condition to join the table. Join condition is separated from other search condition like where clause. The on clause makes code easy to understand. Now we have two tables. The first table is department and the second table is employees. Here you can see both the two tables. Here is the first table, that is employees, and the next table is department. We give a alias, that is E and D, and we join through on clause and give a condition that E dot department ID is equal to D dot department ID, means both the data compares each other, and when it matches it gives the query. If data is not matched, then query ignores the data. It means only the data is matched at equijoin when we use the on clause. And when we want to give the arbitrary conditions on the table joining, we use on clause. Here when we have this query, it also gives that the employee table have employee ID, last name, department ID, because E is the table alias and it denotes to this. And department ID, departments is denoted to D alias and it denotes to department and department ID. Here you can see that. And when we are comparing both the tables using department ID, so we show that this department ID belongs to employee and this department ID belongs to department table. And this comparison on clause is denoted, it is comparison all the data using on clause. So we executed this query. We write the query here, select E dot employee ID, last name, department ID, D dot department ID, department name
from employees. Here when we executed this query, we got this. Means employee ID, last name, department ID, location ID, and these all. This department ID belongs to employee and this department ID belongs to department. Here you can see that this department ID belongs to employee table and this department ID belongs to department table. And when we use the on clause, all the data is to be matched here. This is a equijoin. None of them data is not to be different. And when we using on clause, the data is to be fetched and match using the comparison operator, and here is the result. So we can also give the arbitrary condition using on clause. The next join is self join. It is the most important join in joining table. The self join. All joins using the two tables, while in self join it uses only a single table, that is a table. Sometimes you need to join a table to itself. In the employees table, to find the name of each employee's manager, you need to join the employee table to itself or perform a self join. Let's we take three columns from employee table, that is employee ID, last name, and manager ID. Employees have managers and manager is also employees here, so we want to join table to itself. You can see here the employee is 100, the last name is King, and he has no manager. Next is employee ID 101, coacher, have manager ID 100. It means 100 is the employee ID of King. King is the employee of this organization and also the manager of coacher. So we want to know, or we want to join this table to know the employee name. You can see we have only this table, and this table is to fetch the information from itself. This is called self join. So here we write a query to self join. We read a query through on clause. Let's check. Here you can see the self join using on clause. Like we have a table alias like employees, alias is worker, we use join. Next table is employees, the table itself, we join table itself, so a single table is known here, that is employees, and we another name is manager. Okay, we select worker dot last name, emp means employee, we give the view table name as employee, and manager dot last name, that is manager, and we join it through worker dot manager id equal to manager dot employee id. When you executed this query, you will get this. It means the employee is Baida and manager is Rafael, because employee is connected to itself, and when we viewed it, we name it to the alias as emp and manager as mgr. Here you can see the query. Here this is the query. This is the employees table. Here you can see the employees table, and V column name is workers. It means it denotes as workers. We again join employees as manager. Here the employees as manager. Select workers dot last name. It means workers last name. It selected, and name as last name as EMP. Next, manager dot last name. It means manager dot last name. It name as MGR. Here we use on close. We join it, and we use on close. Workers dot manager ID means this ID matches this into this ID. When this ID matches each other through on close, then the employees column alias as EMP give the result the next column, that is MGR, and it should be output. And when we executed this query, here so we get the output like we give the query like this, and this is the output. This is the concept of self join. Next join is outer join. Outer join have three terms: left outer join, right outer join, and full outer join. Outer join. Concept of outer table. Let's take two tables. The first is department and second is employees. In outer join, we split these windows and these tables into two parts. The first is left and second is right. Let's take this is the left side and this is the right side. We have three types. That join is left outer join, right outer join, and full outer join. When we are using left outer join, it means the data which are matched to each other. It means when we use left outer join, it means equijoins means equal data is to be shown in the output. Next, non-equijoins data is also shown, but in left outer join only left table non-equijoins data is to be shown. It means when we have the department table and employees table, in department table department 190 have no employees, and we have to use left outer join. It means only left table, it means 190 contract is shown in the output when we are using left outer join. Equijoins means equal data which are matching in department ID, department table, and department ID employees table is also shown here, but only the left table which are not matched with the right table, this is shown.
The next is right outer join. The right outer join, the data which are not matched with the department table. In right outer join, equijoins is shown because both the data is same, and the data which are not matched with the department table, here employee is the right, and we are using right outer join, so left data is also shown. Non-equijoins means employee table, it means right table. Next is full outer join. In full outer join, the equijoins means the data which are matched in department and employees are shown in the output, and non-equijoins, the left data from left table and right data from right table is both shown in the output. Both non-equijoins data shown in output. So this is the concept of left outer join, right outer join, and full outer join. Here we can more or less understand the concept of outer join with the queries. This is the query for left outer join. Select E last name, E department ID, D department name from employees, E left outer join department D on E dot department ID is equal to D dot department ID. It means the data which are shown in left table, the left table is employees and the right table is department, because it is left from the left outer join. When we write left outer join, it means the left table is employees and the right table is department ID. So the grant, here you can see the grant. The grant have null values in department ID and department name, because in left table grant is working as employees, but in department ID no department is selected or no department ID is created for the employees grant. So we can say that when we are using left outer join, it give the output in equijoins. These are the equijoins and this is the non-equijoins from the employees table only, means the left table only. This is the concept of left outer join. Here we executed this query on command line prompt and check the output. Here we executed this query and this is the output. Here all the last name, all the employees have a unique department ID and department name in this. The next is right outer join. Here you can see the same query again, but we use right outer join here. In this, the right table data is shown with the equijoins. It means when we are using, here we executed this query and we got this. It means the right table data is shown here and the left is null. Here we have 122 rows, and in left join, left outer join, we have 107 tables. The next is full outer join. When we use full outer join in both tables, the both data is to be fetched. It means when we executed this query, the old data from old tables has to be fetched. It means the left table have also null values from the right table, and left table is also have null values in the right table.
both data from the both table has to be fetched. You can see here the right table have null values and left table is nothing, none have null values, so we cannot see in it. The next type of join is inner versus outer join. Inner join, when the data when the similar data is shown in the table, that is called inner join. It means both the tables have the same data in the output. While in outer join, the dissimilar data means the first table is not having the table 2 data and the table 2 not having table 1 data, and we are joining through outer join. It is called outer join data. The next is three ways join or nth ways join. We have to join two tables, but in joining property we can join multiple of tables. So how can we use multiple tables at a time? Like we have select employee ID, city, department name from employees E, join department D, on closes this, join location L, it means the third, this is the third table, on close this. It means we executed this query through on closes. We uses on close two times and we use the tables two times, and we can use this table as multiple joins, and we can also view the multiples from this query. So when we executed this query on command line prompt, we got this. Here we joining the three tables and we got the output. Here when we executed this query, we got employee ID, city, department name from employees E. Department employee ID is from the employees, city is from the location, and department name is from the department ID. Here we executed the here we fetches the data and we got the data from three tables. The next is equi versus non-equi join. Equi joins are the joins which which are fetching the data which are equal, while non-equi joins are the joins which are non-equivalent data. Cross joins. Cross joins is a different type of join. We can also say that Cartesian product or cross join. Cross join and Cartesian product are the same. A Cartesian product is found when a join condition is omitted, a join condition is invalid, all those in the first table are joined to all those in the second table. To avoid a Cartesian product, always include a valid join condition. When we haven't a valid join condition, it gives Cartesian product. Like we have a table employees and the second table is department. Employees table have, let's we assume that employees table has 20 rows and department table have 8 rows, and Cartesian product and non-valid join gives 160 rows because it is a non-valid join. It creates many times when we uses the invalid join conditions. So whenever you got the output in multiples of like Cartesian product, then you must change your join condition and you can check the right output and you can got the right output. Here we have a cross join. We have to select last name, department name from employees, cross join department. It means we want to cross join, and here we have a small query and where we have the output 2889 rows selected. it means we cross check the two tables and we got the output in a wrong way because we haven't used a valid query or clause. So whenever your query is invalid, you got the output in this way. So we have completed the joins. Thank you for watching us. Please subscribe, like or comment our videos. Thank you. Hello friends, we are Digital Word Computer and today we will learn about subquery. A subquery, query inside a query is called subquery. Why we use subquery? Here in an example of subquery. If we want to know who has a salary greater than Abel's is the employee, then we want which employee have salary greater than Abel's salary. And the subquery is what is the Abel's salary, because we don't know the Abel's salary. So the first query or the main query is which employees have salaries greater than Abel's salary, and the subquery is what is the Abel's salary. First we find the Abel's salary and the output of subquery is as input in the main query, and this problem is solved as subquery. Subquery is the main and important part in the SQL database. Here this is the subquery. This is the example and the query for subquery. We want to know the employee's salary greater than Abel's salary. So we have to write this main query here. This is the main query. This is the main query. And this is the subquery. Here through this command we have to find the Abel salary. Select salary from employees where last name is equal to Abel, and after the output of this subquery, this is the input for main query, like 11,000. 11,000 is the output of subquery, and here it is the input for the main query. Select last name comma salary from employees where salary is greater than 11,000, and here output is King, Kochar, Dihan, Harte, Sagis. This is the output of main query. Here you can see this, the output of main query. You can see the output of main query only. You cannot see the output of subquery because the subquery output is the input for main query. Here are the guidelines for using subqueries. First is enclosing subqueries in parentheses. It means when you are writing any subquery, then you enclose it in parentheses. Next, place subquery on the right side of the comparison condition for readability. However, the subquery can appear on either side of the comparison operator. Third one is using right row operators with single though subquery and multiple though operator with multiple though subquery. Here are two types of subqueries. First is single though subquery, that is used as main query. Subquery returns the output in a single way. Second is multiple though subquery, main query, subquery, and returns the multiple output as shown in the multiple though subquery. Here is the single though subquery. Single though's only one row that is used for single though comparison operators are equal to, greater than equal to, less than equal to, and not equal to. Here we have a query that is select salary from employees where salary is greater than select salary from employees where last name is equal to Abel's. It means we uses single though subquery because it is a single output from the subquery, and we give the single output from the main query. Here when we executed this query on our command line prompt, it gives the single the output. Here you can see this. We can execute this query in another way, that we want last name also. Here you can see this: Harten, Higgins, King, Kochar, Dihan, Greenberg, Rishil, partners. These are the salaries which are greater than Abel salary, because Abel salary is 11,000.
Here we are
The
using
next type
group
of query
functions
is
in a subquery.
multiple row subquery.
Here you can see
Here we have
uses minimum salary, that
having
is the group
or
functions.
And
This
is
we are
also a
using
single
this group function in
row
a
subquery.
subquery in the parenthesis
Group by
form.
function or
can
having
see here.
function is not
And
a
this
multiple
group function
subquery.
output as a subquery
It is a
the
single
input
row
for the main
subquery.
query.
When we
Here
executed
this
the
is the
example, you can
subquery,
also understand the
and
basic
you can see
concept of
this is
single
the main
query.
query.
Sorry.
And we uses the group function that select minimum salary from employees, and this is the 2500, and select last name, job ID, salary from employees, where salary is equal to 2500. Means we want to fetch the employees last name, job ID, salary, whose salary is equal to 2500. So when we are executing this query on the SQL prompt, and you can see select last name, job ID, salary from employees, where salary equal to select minimum salary from employees. Here when we executing this query, we got Olson, it is the job ID ST clerk, and salary is equal to 2100. Here we give the group functions, but we get only one output. Here we seen the having clause with subquery. We will see the having clause. The Oracle server executed these subqueries first. It's not only basis for having clause, it's in all the terms. Parenthesis query have the highest priority than the main query. So Oracle interpreter uses to encode subquery first. Here this is the example of having clause. Select department ID, minimum salary from employees, group by department ID having minimum salary is greater than, select minimum salary from employees where department ID is equal to 50. Here when we executed this query, this is the purely based on group functions, because we have the group function in main query as well as subquery, and we are also using the having clause in it. So when we executing this query on this, we got this. When we executed the having clause subquery, we seen the subquery is executed first, either it is the group function or not having a single function. Here we see another symptom, that is if inner row or inner subquery having no input or no output, then it returns no input. It means if subquery gives null value, then the main query also gives null value. Here you can see this. When we given the subquery like select job ID from employees where last name is equal to Hans, there is no employee which has a last name Haas, so it returns null value. It returns null. and when it gives the output as null, then the main query executed and it also returns null value. There are three types of multiple row subqueries. In multiple row subqueries, there are three operators we generally use. The first is in operator, equal to any member in the list. Any operator must be preceding by these operators, and all must be preceding by these operators. And it compares the value in the list returned by a query, and in any and all it gives false and it gives true. Here we seen the each example through these operators. Here we write a query: select last name, salary, department ID from employees, where salary in. Select minimum salary from employees, group by department ID, and we executed this query. And here we uses in group operator as a multiple row subquery, and when we executed this, we got a multiple row subqueries output. The next, this is the example of any operator in multiple row subquery. We uses select employee ID, last name, job ID, salary from employees, where salary is less than any. It means we uses the data of employees where it is less than any of one. It means it is less than 9,000, it is less than 6,000, and it is also less than 4,200. So when we uses this, we executed this query and we got this. Here you can see this, any of these conditions is satisfied. When we use the any group subqueries, then it gives any of the condition is fully satisfied, anyone. While when we use all operator, here you can see the all operator in multiple row subquery. It when we use the all instead of n in the same subquery, then it takes all the conditions is fully satisfied in each output. When we executed this query again in the same pattern, then this query returns in this format. It means the all conditions in the same query is fully satisfied. Here we completed the chapter of subqueries. This is the basic and the very easiest way to use the subqueries. We can use subqueries at many places when we want to know the when we want to use the subqueries at two places. uh, we give when we want to use the conditions at two places, and we can use these conditions in a main query and as well as subquery. So thank you for watching our videos. Please subscribe, like and comment our videos. Thank you.
Hello friends, this is Digital Word Computer and today we will learn set operators. Set operators combine the result of two or more component queries into one result. Queries containing set operators are called compound queries. The first is union.
Here we have union and union all set operators. The third is intersect and the fourth is minus set operator. Here we have four types of set operators in Oracle. The first is union. Here this is the sign of union. In the union, rows from both queries, after eliminating duplicates, it shows the output. It means the duplicate from A and B, it eliminate, and the only result, distinct result, are shown in the output. Where in union all, the rows from both queries, including all duplicates, means duplicate values are also considered in union all. The third is intersect. Intersect rows that one common to both queries. It means only this data is to be shown in intersect, whereas these data is shown in union and this data is shown in union all. Minus rows in the first query that are not present in the second query. It means only this data is to be shown in minus sign. Here there are set operators, four type of set operators are there, and these are the differences between union, union all, intersect and minus. Here we see the all four types of set operators in detail. All set operators have equal precedence. If a SQL statement contains multiple set operators, the Oracle server evaluates them from left to right and top to bottom. If no parentheses explicitly specify another. There are several guidelines which must be followed. The guidelines for set operators. These are the guidelines which must be followed by the user. The first is queries must match in number and in data type. The second is set operators can be used in subqueries. The third one is it should be used it should use parentheses to specify the order in set operators, because they all have the same precedence order. For the better understand of set operators, we must execute the queries. So before executing the queries, we should know the tables we are used in during queries, because this is a HR schema and we are using the two tables. For understanding the set operators, the first is employee table. So we describe the employee table, we use DESC and employees. We describe the tables. Here we describe the employees table, and you should note down the column name of employees table. Here the first table is employee ID, second table is first name, third table is last name, email, phone number, hire date, job ID, salary, commission percentage, manager ID and department ID. The next table is which we are using, that is describe job history. You should also learn the next table and note down the column name. The job history table having employee ID, start date,
end date, job ID and department ID. Here we must to show the employees table data and the job history data. Before proceeding, we set the line size, and now we want to show select star from employees table. We want to show the data of employees table and job history table. So when we are executing this, we got this. And now we uses again select star job history, and you got this. Now we describing both tables and the describing the data from each table. Now we uses the set operations, set operators on these tables. We clear the screen. As we know, the union is taking rows from both queries after eliminating duplicates. So when we use the union set operators here in this query, then it eliminates the duplicate from each table. So we uses this. The employee ID is common in in employees table and job history table. Hire date, so we use start date, job ID and job ID. When we copy this and execute this query in the command line prompt, so we get this. Here nothing is to be duplicate. This is the distinct data, and we got 116 rows here. It means the data which are available in the second table are eliminated. Only this distinct data which are not having in union in both tables, union will select them down and give the output. The next query is when we use the null as a date and set this name with column alias as end date, and when we use and put the union sign with this, we got. Here we have to put down this query on command line prompt, and when we executing this query, we got this. It also indicate that the duplicate data from each table had to be eliminated. The next type of example is union all. As we say, union all rows from both queries including all duplicates. It means it selected all duplicates from all tables. When we executing this query, it means this is. Now we write down the query and set the operators union all, and it give the data, also give the duplicate data. So we have 117 rows selected. It means all the columns in both tables had to be shown here. The next type of set operator is intersect. Here we use the intersect set operator like this, and we have select employee ID, hire date, job ID from employees, intersect this. As we know, the intersect rows only are common to both queries. Which are common? Intersect will show this query shows the output, and when we put the query into the command line prompt, then we got only the one data that is the common in both tables. This is the only data that is common in both tables. Here when we use the union,
then it gives only 116 rows. It means all those are having 117 rows. When we executing union all, it gives 117 rows, and when we using union, then it gives 116, and when we are using intersect, it gives only one, because the one is matched in both tables with the same data, and that to be displayed by intersect set operators command. Now the next command is in minus. Minus is used rows in the first query that are not present in the second query. It means minus gives the data that are not present in the second query, means only present in first query. So all through this we get the same 116 because 106, because the data which are not present in second, it gives only the one. Hence we complete the set operators through union, union all, intersect and minus set operators.
Hello friends,
This is the
we are
set
Digital
operator
Word
used to
Computer,
combine a
and
table for
today
information
we will
basis
learn
or storage
DML
purpose.
or data manipulation language.
When we so this is the end of the
Manipulate
chapter.
any
Thank you for
table
watching us.
data,
Please subscribe, like or comment
so
our
we use
videos.
DML language
Thank you.
or DML statement. DML data manipulation language is a core part of SQL. When you want to add, update or delete data in the database, you execute a DML statement. A collection of DML statements that form a logical unit of work is called a transaction. Consider a banking database. When a bank customer transfers money from a saving account to a checking account, the transaction unit consists of the three separate operations. Number one is decrease the saving account. Number two, increase the checking account. And number three, recording the transaction in the transaction journal. The Oracle server must guarantee that all the three SQL statements are performed to maintain the accounts in proper balance. When something prevents one of the statement in transaction form executing, the other statement of the transaction must be undone. Most of DML statements in this chapter assume that no constraint on a table are violated. Constraints are discussed later in this course. So first we learn the DML. The first we use add new rows on a table. Here you can look what is the adding a new row to a table. Here we have a department table, and this table have 8 rows. Number 1, number 2, number 3, number 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And we want to insert a new row into the table, that is row 9. Hence we adding a new row into a table, and you can see this is the new row 70 public relations 100 and 1700, and this new row is adding in the old table, that is departments. And when we adding this table this new row into this table, then we got this the new row, that is 9, 70 public relations 100 and 1700. When we adding this row through the chart, hence we want to add this row through command, like
Here we executing the first query of a DML, a data manipulation language, and we started through insert. We inserting the data into a new table, that is employee copy. Employee copy is a new table that is created by through DDL command, and we created it. Later we discuss the DDL command, how to insert or how to create a table. Now here we insert some data into the employee copy table, and we insert it through insert command, that is insert into employee copy. Employee copy is the table name. Insert into employee copy, employee ID, column. These are the column names into the employee copy, and the values are these. Here we inserted into the employee copy employee ID, first name, last name, hire date. Values is 101 Lochan single 18 July 2015, and we copy it and we run it on command prompt. Now here we have the query, that is insert into employee copy, and the columns are employee ID, first name, last name, hire date, and values are these. When we executing this query and we got inserted, it means when we want to check the query inserted or not, then we use select command, and this is the view. Here we can check our data is inserted into the employee copy or not. Here you can check the employee ID, first name, last name, and hire date will be to be inserted in the employee copy. Now we execute the next null value, that is into the we want to insert that the null value into the employee copy, and employee copy we want to insert ID, first name, last name, hire date. Here we values are 101, and here we put null value instead of a name. Now we are executing this query and one row inserted. Next we select the table and we want to view the inserted this column, and we paste it. And we got this, and here we can see the first row and new double R. Here you can see we put the null value in the date column. Here you can see the first row is Lochan single and the hire date is this, but in the second row the employee ID is same because we didn't put the constant in the employee ID, and we didn't set the primary key into the employee ID because we just create the employee copy table without constants. We will learn the constant later. We inserted null value into the first name. Here you can see there is nothing. It means there is a null value in the first name because we put and we inserted the null value into the employee copy. Now we want to check null value. We put the null value into the whole row if it is existed or not. So we have another query that is for inserted the new row, and we give a new employee ID that is 103, and we put null triple null into the employee copy table, that is first name, last name, and hire date. We put and we the row inserted, and next we want to select the employee copy again, and we see here the employee ID is 103 is properly inserted, but we have the null value in all three columns in first name, last name, and hire date. So we can say the null value is also inserted through the insert command if we want to set constraint into without the primary key or without the unique key, and we will not set the not null value constraint into these columns. Now we want to insert some special value into the table. We inserted insert into employee copy, employee ID, first name, last name, hire date. Values are 101 null, and we put the name. We inserted Rahul, and here we put Sharma, and we will give a special that is sysdate. Instead of giving a date, we giving the current date as a sysdate. This is a special value we are inserted into the table, that is employee ID, and when we want to insert these tables, we put sysdate and we enter it, and one row created, and again we want to view the employee copy data, and here we can view, and you can see the data. There is 101 Rahul Sharma and the current date is sys date, because we give the current date. So we can also insert the special value into the table if we want to use into inserted any table. Now we can insert the data or row into the table through the substitution variable. The substitution variable is ampersand. Here you can see the substitution variable is written here. It is the substitution variable. How to insert substitution variable in the SQL command? Here we insert into employee copy, employee ID, first name, last name, hire date. Values is ampersand employee ID, ampersand first name, ampersand last name, and sys date is the current date. Here when we enter this query, it asks for the new value. Here we enter 105 is the employee ID, name is Kapil, and the last name is Gupta, and sys date. Here you can see one row created. Here this row is executed successfully. Now we want to check this the whole data of the table. So we select star from employee copy, and we see this, the all row is inserted one by one. Either we inserted the through simple command, either we inserted null command, either we inserted the whole row as a null command, either we inserted sys date, either we inserted the numeric value or a special character, either we use the ampersand or substitution variable, or we want to execute the value at the runtime, and we can define through substitution variable, and the substitution variable is ampersand. Here we can insert through the pre-built table into the another table, that like we have a employee copy table and we want to insert the data from employees table into the employee copy table. Here employee copy table have employee ID, first name, last name, hire date. So we select employee ID, first name, last name, hire date from employees table, and we want to insert the whole data of employees table into the employee copy table, and we want to execute this. Here you can see the 107 rows created in an instant moment. So when you want to insert it the table data into the another table, so you can insert through this command. We want to check the whole data of employee copy table. Here when we write this query, you can see the 113 rows, because 107 rows is inserted through the employee table and the other left is inserted through by ourselves. And when we executed the employee table, here you can see the 107 rows employees table, sorry, here you can see the 107 rows, because employees table have 107 rows, and instead of employees copy table you can see the 113 rows. The 6 rows are inserted by ourselves. The next type of DML is update. So we want to update the employee copy table as employee ID, and we want to update it. So the first update is this: update employee copy, set employee ID is equal to 705, where first name is equal to Lochan. Because we inserted the Lochan as first name in the previous employee copy table, so we want to insert it and we want to execute it. So we clear the screen here, and we want to update. You can see where the first name is Lochan, we want to update it. So the update command is update table name set employee ID, that is the column name we want to update it 705, where first name is equal to Lochan, and here the first row is updated, and we want to check the table, and we want to check where is the first name is Lochan. Here you can see the first name is Lochan and the employee ID 101, and you can see we update it through the 705. Here you can see the employee ID is matched with the updated command. Now we update the employee copy table as last name is equal to null and where last name is equal to single. In the last name where it seems single, it would be null. We executed and two row updated, and we want to see the employee copy table again, and we have to see in this where we have Lochan single and the blank space in the single, two rows are updated with the null value, where the single has to be put it into the row. So here we can see we can also update the null value into the row data. The next and last DML statement is delete. So we want to delete, and we want to delete the simple row into the table from the table, and here we delete from the employee copy where first name is equal to Lochan, and we want to delete this row. Here we deleted the row where the first name is equal to Lochan. Here when we execute and we want to fetch the data into the employee copy table, we seen two rows only selected because one row is deleted, and one row is deleted, that is where it gets Lochan, it will be removed through the delete command. Here we can delete through the in operator, like delete from employee copy where employee ID in 100, 101, 102, 104 and 105. When we executed this query, 9 was deleted because where it finds 100, 101, 102 and 104, 105 the employee ID, and it deleted. When we want to check, the only 103 was selected and the 9 more rows be deleted from the table. We can also use the delete as a subquery, like we delete from employee copy where employee ID is equal to select employee ID from employee copy where first name is equal to null. So we want to use the subquery feature in the delete format, and here we deleted 0 row because it doesn't fetch any value. It means the subquery gives null value to the main query, and the main query also gives null value, because when subquery gives null value, it automatically gives the null value to the user. So this is the last DML command when we want to execute, and here the chapter is now complete to the DML. The summary is we have to read the DML is used to manipulate the data inside the table, and we manipulate through the insert, update and delete command in the DML. So thank you for watching us. Please comment, subscribe and like our videos. Thank you. Hello friends, we are Digital World Computer and today we learn DCL. database control language. It also known as TCL, transaction control language, and it must be executed after DML commands. TCL using commit, save point and rollback. Commit, save point and rollback. These commands are also auto executable in DDL commands. While we can explicitly uses the TCL commands. So before we executing and understanding the concept of TCL, we should know what is a transaction. The Oracle server ensures data consistency based on transactions. Transaction give you more function flexibility and context when changing data, and they ensure data consistency in the event of user process failure or system failure. Either it is a failure or it is a system failure. Transaction consists of DML statement that consist one consistent change in the data. Like a transfer of funds between two accounts should include the debits, one account and the credit, and to another in the same account. Both actions should either fail or succeed together. The credit should not be committed without to debit. Transaction significance. So in the simple terms, we should know what is a transaction. A transaction, when we execute it, like we have a transaction that is called T1, and this transaction, it means A minus 5,000. It means in this transaction A account is deducted with 5,000 rupees and it added B. This 5,000 is deducted from A and it added to B. This is the transaction T1 and the balance is nil because A minus 5,000 and B plus 5,000. A transaction stores all the data if system succeed. It means it succeeded. If it breaks down, it means if this transaction is not executed and 5,000 rupees is deducted from A and it doesn't updated in B account, it means it failure. Transaction can be succeeded or failure also, but transaction is executed at every time. In DML commands, we executing implicit, explicit TCL. Either in DDL, it is implicit transaction. So we execute. You can see transaction. Transaction is two types, like implicit and explicit. Here implicit transactions are the transaction whenever it starts and when it ends a transaction, auto commit is executed at every DDL command. At every DDL command, a auto commit is executed implicitly. A Oracle server is also uses this implicit functions, while in DML commands, and when the we uses the DML commands, we explicitly give the commit command either we completed the transaction. In DML commands, there is no auto commit options. The implicitly DDL example is truncate, and explicitly DML commands is delete. Here you can see the implicit and explicit example of truncate and delete. Here, so with an example of truncate and delete, as we read it in DML commands in the previous chapter, we should know what is the difference between truncate and delete, and what is the auto commit, and what is commit. As we seen in the earlier chapter, the delete statement, here we executed a truncate statement. A truncate statement removes all of from a table as like the delete command, leaving the table empty and the table structure intact. It is a DDL command and it is a auto committed. Either delete is not an auto committed command, so we use it to truncate it. In the previous chapter, we delete the table copy employee, and here we truncate the table employee copy again, because we didn't committed in the previous chapter, so we check the data of employee copy table and truncate the table again. Here we seen the previous data, so we use the select command, select star from employees copy. Here we have the whole data is to be backed because we not committed in the delete command. So today we truncate table, and the table name is employee copy. Here we truncate the table. Again we check the data, it means the table is truncated. We roll back the data, so we use rollback command, and again we check the data. Here it means the data is not rollbacked because we didn't make a save point after rollback. And we know the DDL command is auto committed, so we can't use the rollback in DDL commands. Either when we use the delete command, we can roll back the data. Now we understand the explicit transaction control statement in detail. We execute a transaction, we delete something, we make a save point, insert and update, and again we make a save point and we insert. If we make a rollback command, that is, it means we write a rollback command and we write only rollback. It means we want to roll back the whole transaction. It means it curves from here to here. It means we want to roll back the data from here to here. From here to here. It also roll back. Next, if we write rollback to save point A, it means we want to roll back the data at save point A up to save point A. And if we write rollback to save point B, it means we want to roll back the data up to save point B. It is the basic and understandable explicit transaction control statements. Whenever we want the whole backup, so we use rollback command. If we make save points, then we executing the rollback up to this save point, whatever we want as per our need. Now we will look what is the execution of commit, save point, say rollback to save point and rollback. First is commit. Commit is used to end the current transaction by making all pending data changes permanently. It means commit. You cannot change use rollback after commit. You cannot back up the data. It ends the current transaction by making all pending data changes permanently. Next is save point A. It means you mark a save point A within the current transaction. A transaction is executable and you make a save point in the current transaction. Next is rollback. Rollback ends the current transaction by discarding all pending data changes. It means it roll back the data up to the current transaction starts. It roll back the data the whole transaction at its starting point. Next is rollback to save point A. It means roll back the current transaction to the specified save point. It means your data is to be rolled back whenever you set a save point, either it is A, B or any other save point you have to use in the current transaction. These TCL or DCL language is used only in the current transaction. Now we see the example of commit save point A, rollback to save point A and rollback command. First we use commit command. Commit command is used after a DML command. Either we use a delete. Before commit, we understand the use of commit. Now we use this employee copy table. So we check the data of employee copy table. Select star from employee copy. Here this is the data and we delete the data. Here we write a query, delete from here we write a query, and that is the query delete from employees copy where employee ID is less than 150 and 50 rows deleted. Hence we check the data again. We have only 57 rows. Now we roll back. Roll back, it means we roll back the data from rollback complete, and now again we check the employee copy. Here we have 107 rows selected. It means commit is not done. Now we use the delete command. Here we have delete from employees copy where employee ID is 150 and 50 rows also deleted. Now again we check the select employee table. Here we have only 57 rows again, and that time we use commit. We commit the table. Now commit complete. It means we cannot use the rollback again. When we check the employee copy table, it only has 57 rows. This is the use of commit. Now we update so here we updated through this command, update employee copy table, set first name is equal to Lochan where first name is equal to Julia. Now we executing this command and one row updated. We make a save point A. Now we delete from table, that is employee copy, where employee ID is greater than 160. 46 rows deleted. Now we check the employee copy data. We have only 11 rows, and we make a save point A, and now we executing the save point B also. Now we have two save points in the current transaction. We updated the row, we delete the row, we changes the data, but still we are not committed with the current transaction. So we roll back to the save point. We using rollback to save point A. Now it's complete, and now we check the data again. Here we have 57 rows, and we update the first name, that is Lochan, and here it is. So we have, here you can see, we update the Julia with the Lochan, and after the update command we create a save point, that is A, and when we using the rollback to save point A, it roll back to the current save point. So this is the use of save point to the current transaction. Now we clear the screen. We clear the screen, but still we don't use the commit, and it means the current transaction is still pending. So we uses the commit, so the transaction is executing and locks may be released. We discuss the locks in the later chapters. So we commit the transaction, and here we complete it. Next we can check the employee copy table, and here we have the update from Julia to Lochan here, because we roll back to the save point A, and this is the concept in which we uses the rollback save point to the current rollback to the current save point and rollback command. So today we completed the TCL, transaction control language, and we also stated the difference between truncate and delete command, and how we can use the auto commit and explicitly commit command in DCL, database control language, in the database transactions. Thank you for watching our videos also, and please subscribe, like or comment our videos. Thank you.
Hello friends, we are Digital Word Computer, and today we will learn about tables. Tables are basic unit of storage data. Table can be created at any time, even when user are using the database. You do not need to specify the size of a table. The size is ultimately defined by the amount of space allocated to the database as a whole. It is important, however, to estimate how much space a table will use over a time. Table structure can be modified online. In this lesson, you are introduced to the DDL, data definition language statements. You are taught the basics of the table like create, alter and remove. We also learn constraints and foreign key statements in this chapter. Now we learn about tables naming rule. So these are the naming rules for creating a table. Table names or column names. It must begin with a letter. Only alphabet is allowed in the naming rule, and it must be 1 to 30 characters long, not more than 30 and non minimum than 1, and it must contain only A to Z, capital, small a to Z, 0 to 9, underscore, dollar and hash sign. It must not be duplicate the name of another project owned by the same user, and must not be an Oracle server reserved word. Next, now we learn the create table statement. How to create a table? This is a syntax of creating a table. Create table schema dot table column data type default express. So we seen this create table statement on the practical way. Like we have a command line interface and we want to create a table. So we edit a command that is create table, and next we create a table name that is employee copy to, and we must give the data types. Here we take employee ID, employee ID is number type, and the number is 10, and here we executed the query. Now we want to create another table and we want to use the default data type, and here we have a table and we want to create it. Create table employee 3, and here we have a employee ID that is this, and we want to give a hire date. We extend the column and it is date type, and we use the default and we give it sysdate. Sysdate is the system date, and we have two columns. First is employee ID, that is number type, and second is hire date. This is a date type and default is sysdate. And here we are executing the query and the table is created. The next is we want to check the both of the tables we created. First we created the employee copy 2, and second we created employee copy 3. So we want to describe the table. Describe employee copy 2, and here we have a employee ID that is number type. Next we have to describe employee copy 3, and here we have the employee ID and the hire date. As we created the both of the tables, we defined through the create table, that is a DDL command, and we created through employee copy 2 and employee copy 3. Next, if we want to select the table, select star from table name. Employee copy, and here we get null because we didn't insert any row in the employee copy 2 table. But if we connect through the another user, connect sys as sysdba, and we entered the password, and here we connected, and if we want to using the query select star from employee copy 2,
it gives error. Here you can see, because in the sys user there is no table that is accessible employee copy to. But if we want to, here you can see also a problem. When we connect it to the sys user, here we get select star from employee copy to, and this gives error table or view doesn't exist, because this table employee copy to table is doesn't exist in sysdb table. So if we want to view the table through the another user, we can use the command through the schema. Here we can run through, because this table is belongs to HR schema, so we use select star from HR dot employee copy to. Here we can access the table and it gives no row selected, because there is no data in the employee copy to table, but it exists in HR schema, so it will give the output that no row selected. The next is, now we discuss the data types. We can use data types while creating a table, like we uses varchar 2, a variable length character size, and its size is minimum is 1 and the maximum is 4000. Here we can also write the data size. The next is character, char. It is a fixed length character data and it's having 1 to 2000. The next is number. Here P stands for precision. The precision stands for total number of decimal digits, and its length is to 1 to 30. Where S is stand to scale, S stands to the right of the decimal point, and it having -84 to 127. The next is date. It uses for date and time value. It having 1 January 4712 BC to 31 December 9999 AD. Next is long. Long is variable length character data and it have up to 2 GB. The next is row ID. The next is silo, and it is stored the character data up to 4 GB. Row is basically used for storing the binary data, and it is having up to 2000 character, and having the long row. Long row is also storing the binary data, but its length is increasing from 2000 to 4000. The next is blob, binary data up to 4 GB. Next is bfile. Bfile is also used for storing the binary data in external file, and it is also up to 4 GB. Row ID, it is a base 64 number system representing unique address of a row in its table, and it is flexible in storage type. Here we have also date time data types. The first is timestamp, internal year to months, interval day to seconds, and here timestamps is uh, storing the date with fractional seconds. Interval year to months stored as interval of year and months, and day to seconds stored as interval of days, hours, minutes, and in seconds. Now we read the constants. The constants are the set of rules that will enforce on particular column. The constants is two types. First is column level constants and second is table level constants. Constants enforce roles. Constants prevent the deletion of a table if there are dependencies. If there a table have any foreign key and we want to delete the table, then it gives an error because table is dependent to the another table. In the constraint types, the valid 5 constraints are not null, unique, primary key, foreign key, and check. The first is not null. The not null constraint stands for the table or column hasn't have any null value. It means it doesn't have the null value. The next is unique. Unique, it doesn't insert duplicate value but also can insert a null value. Primary key. Primary key is must be unique and not null value. Foreign key. Foreign key establish parent-child relationship between two columns in the table and in other table, in a single table or in another table. Next is check. Check create condition either it is true or false. These constants we are discussed through practical in the short of time. Now we will learn the condition. First we create a table through not null constant. Here we have to create a table, that is create table employee copy 4, and here we give employee ID. Employee ID is number type and it having 10 and it is not null. Not null is the constants in the employee ID column. Here we created a table and which is not null. When we describe the table, it gives that null value is not null. It means when we insert the any data in the employee copy 4 table, the data is having not null in the employee ID. So we insert the data. Here we insert the another table in the employee copy 4, that is 102. Now we want to using the value null. It gives error because null value is not allowed through the constants. Here you can see it gives error that it cannot insert null because we use this constraint that are having the not null value. So whenever we want to use the null data in the employee copy 4 table, it gives error. While we inserted any other value, it inserted. Here you can see if we want to check the data, we can use the select command, select star here you can see we inserted the 101, 102 and 103 data in the employees copy 4 table, while when we inserted the null value it doesn't inserted because it we uses the constant that is not null type, so it rejected the data that is the null value, that having the null value. The next constant we are using that is unique. So we clear the screen. Here, and we want to use the unique constant type example. Here we write another query that is create table employee ID number 6, last name varchar 2 which is not null, email varchar 2 20, and constant is email emp email uk, it is unique. Here when we use the email varchar 2, we write the constant is this and the constant name is employee email uk unique. Here you can see the query. Here this is the unique key. Here we use a table create table employee id number 6, last name varchar 2 is having not null value, email is varchar 2, and we give the constant that is the column constant, and constant name is employee copy uk, and this is the constant name. And which shows the constant type that is unique. So it means the employee table having a email column which is unique. So we want to execute the data, and so here we have the query and we executed the query on the command line prompt. Here it gives that name already used by an existing constant, because we already have this constant, so we change here, we change this US UK constant here, and we cannot create the same name constant again and again, because constant is also indicating and addressing the table's value. Now we create a table that is the employee table, and we having the constant types. Now we want to insert the table. We insert the data into employee table, which are having employee ID, last name, email, and values is employee ID is 1200, last name is single, and email is abc@gmail.com, and here we inserted, and again we want to insert it through 201, and here we write Lochan again, and we inserted this same email again, and it gives error because we saves the constant that is unique in the table employee table, and so it gives error because unique constant is violated. Here you can see when we uses or violated the constant, it gives error like this, and this is the Oracle error number. While we crack or break the any constant type in the table, so it gives an error like this. So we inserted the data in the table, we change the data and uniqueness in the table. So here when we see the data here, it shows unique whenever we use in the email column. Here you can see the employee table having the unique emails. The next is primary key. Primary key is having a not null and a unique key combination in it. While we creating a table, we give the constraint that is using the primary key, and it has having a unique key and a not null value itself. So we creating a table here, a create table my employee ID number 6 constant is having this, and the primary key first name varchar2, and we change pkps, it is the constraint name, and we executing table is created. When we see to describe this my employee table, you can see the employee ID is not null because it is a primary key, and we want to insert any duplicate data, it gives error because primary key also having the value of uniqueness. So we can say the primary key is having not null and unique quality both. The next we taught is foreign key. Foreign key is used to relate or combine the relation between the tables. A foreign key having
Now we
a
will
parent
see
child
the foreign
relationship
key
between
example.
the tables.
We create a table that is employee, and we have employee ID, last name, email, salary, and hire date. The next we want to use department ID, constants, and constraint is employee ID, that is the constraint name, and references to the department table. Here we have the department ID of employee table. You can see the through this example where whenever we want to create a table, we have this is the create table command for employees. Next we have to create a constraint. This is a constraint with the constraint name, and it references to the department table. It denotes to department table. And next we have department ID. This is the column name for this department. It means we want to use the foreign key from the employee table to the department table. Now we executing this example into the command line prompt. Here we have to create a table that is employee. We use create table command, create table employee ID number, and the next column is department ID, which is also a number, and we write a constraint that is a column constraint, and the name is employee department ID fk, which is references to the another table that is departments, and having the focus on department ID column in this get table. So here we uses it and we created the table. It means we create a table that is belongs to employee, and it has two columns, and the department ID column is belongs to the department table, which is belong to department ID. So how can we check? So we drop the table employee here. It means the table which is a parent can be deleted, but we cannot delete the child reference to the another table because it has referenced by the another table. Like we can learn this is the parent table,
and this is the child table, and this is connected through foreign key. So we cannot delete the child because it reference to parent, but we cannot we can delete, we can drop it, we can use drop command on the parent. It can be deleted in the foreign key because parent can be using the delete command, but child cannot because it has the reference of parent. So here we complete the foreign key. Next, here we created another table, that is create table employee ID number 6, and next we have salary number 10, constraint is employee salary ck, and we uses the check sign. Here check salary is greater than 0. We cannot insert the value is less than 0, or we cannot we can also use it the salary is greater than 100, and we create the table. When we inserted the data, insert into employee table, employee ID and salary. Values is 101 and 1000. Here we inserted one row inserted, and when we insert a row is 100, it gives error because we uses the constraint salary is greater than 100, and here it gives error because we uses the check constraint in this and it is violated through this. Here we can insert it that because 101 is greater than 100, so we can insert it this row through this, and we can also check the data. Select star from employees table. So you can see this, we have the employee ID is salary and salary is greater than 100 because we uses the check constraint, and we declared the salary is greater than 100. Hello friends, we are Digital Word Computer, and today we learn DDL, Data Definition Language. In this chapter, we previously learned about column level constraints and many more commands, and the properties like not null, unique, foreign key, primary key, and check conditions. Today we learn about table level constraints. In the previous chapter, we learned column level constraints, in which we create constraints while we create a table. But in table level constraints, we uses the constraint after the table created. So we use table level constraints. Adding a constraint after table creation. It means we create constraint after table creation. So before executing the query on a constraint adding after table creation, we create a sample table. This is the command line interface, and here we write a create table command. Create table C example. C example stands for constraint example. constant example, and here it is now it's done. Here table created. We create a table, but we didn't create constant in this table, so we create a constant in this table. This is the command used for adding a constant after table creation, that is alter table, table name, add constant, employee, uh, alter table, this is the table name, add constants, this is the constant name, and this is the column name in which we want to use the constant. So we copy it and paste it on the command line prompt. Here we add on here we try to carry to make a constant on the created table. Here we have this and we alter this. Now we created a constant that is a primary key constant, and the constraint name is employee id pk, and it is formed on the employee id column of a constant example table. Now we want to drop a constant. If we want to create a constant, then also we can remove this. So for dropping a constant, this command is used. Here it means we create a table, then we add a constant, and after it we drop same again constant here. We can also enable and disable constant. So enabling a constant, we must adding the constant again we have to add constant in the table. Here table third. Now again we alter table constant example and we disable the constant this. Here we disabled the constant. Here we have a problem that it cannot the disable constant because this constant doesn't exist. So we seen when we created a table, the constant name is employee id pk, and we altered the other constant name, so it gives error. If we uses the same name again, then it exists. Here you can check the constant name using on constant example is same now, and we want to disable this constant. Here table altered. Next we want to enable the constant again, so we use enable command in this. Here we enable the constant. Now we want to drop the constant the table created. and now we want to drop the table. Now we clear the screen. We can also check the user constants from the command describe user constants, describe all constants, and describe db constants. In HR schema we cannot use dba constants because HR is not a sysdba, so it will not describe the db constants and all constants. Here we can see the user constants from any schema. Here we want to check the user constants, so these are the columns in the user constant form. It doesn't exist because HR schema is not having a sysdba privileges, so it cannot check the all constants from this schema. This is having a full table described with each and every constant types, so we uses this and we can create a employee copy table here, and each data is having more securities to these. Here we complete the constants. DDL or data definition language is used to define the object table for particular schema or user. If schema HR, then it is a private schema for particular user. If we want to access the data from the username, that is the schema name. In many interviews, an interviewer asks what is the difference between char, varchar and varchar2. Here the first difference between char and varchar. The char 15 is a fixed length variable, while varchar 15, which is also the same length as a char and have the variable length character. The next is varchar and varchar2. Varchar and varchar2 are the synonyms. The main difference is that varchar is IBM property and varchar2 is Oracle's property. When we write a number 5, 2, it means 5 is the total number and 2 is the decimal number. Like example, we have to return the 5-digit number and it have 2-digit decimal 731.24. Here we discussed the data types in the previous video. Now we create a table using a subquery. Like we create a table, create table department 80 as select employee ID, last name salary multiplied by 12, that is annual salary, hire date from employees table where department ID is equal to 80. Here we write the query that is used for creating a table, that is department 80, and we executing this query. Here table created. Now we want to check the department 80 table. We use describe DESC. Here you can see we can also use the subquery while creating a table. Now How to set privileges in a table. How to make read only, read write privileges in the tables. So this is the command alter table, table name and read only. It means that table is used only reading the data. After manipulating, we can use alter table employees read write. So here we altering the another table. We write to a query for the department 80 alter table name, that is department 80, and we want to make read only, so we read only, and here the table is altered. It means the table isn't write anything whenever it has read only facilities. Next we want to make it read and write mode, so we use alter table, table name and read write. It means now this table
Hello
can
friends,
read and
we are
write
Digital
the
Word
data
Computer and
in
today
the
we are
computer's
learning
memory.
about views. In this lesson you are introducing to
We
the
can
views.
drop the table
We
also,
are
drop
discussed on the
table,
basics of creating and using
DEPT.
views. A view.
So this
Firstly
is
we
the
discuss what is a
end of
view.
the chapter.
View is a logical
Please
representation
subscribe,
subset of
like or
data
comment our
from one or
videos.
more tables. Means you
Thank you
can
for watching
present
this.
and hide data from the table. A view contains no data of its own, but is like a window through which data or from windows it can be viewed. The table on which a view is based are called a base table. This is the example of a view. We have a table that is the employee table. Here you can see this is a employee table, and you create a view on the table employee, and this is the view. Here a employee table has many columns, and you want to see or you want to create a view that is employee ID, first name, last name and salary columns only. Only you want to create a 4-column view from the table employee. So it is a logical representation of a data from the employee table. The view is stored as a select statement in the data dictionary. We will discuss about the data dictionary in the later chapters. So we discuss about advantages of views. Here you can see the advantages of the views. First is to restrict data access. It means user can see only those columns in which we can give column in the view or page table. It means display selected columns from the table. The next is to make complex queries easy. Views can be used to query information from multiple tables without user knowing how to write a join statement. So it is easier to make complex queries easy. The next is to provide data independence. Here it is the to provide data independence. In the data independence, one view can be used to retrieve data from the several tables. The next is to present different views on the same table. It means views provide groups of users access to data according to their particular criteria. So these are the advantages of the views. Next, we have two types of views, or we can create two types of views. The first is simple views and the second is complex view. When we use a single table that is used for a simple queue, and we can create a simple view through the single table. But in the complex view, we can join and we can use subquery using the two or more
tables, and we are creating complex view from the multiple tables. Here is the difference between simple view and complex view. A simple view has only one table, while complex table has one or more tables. In simple view there is no function is containing, while complex view has a functions. Simple view haven't any group of data, while complex view has it. Simple view did DML operations through a view, but complex view cannot. Not always, but it can. Not always. Here we create a view that is simple view, and this is the example of simple view on a department table. So before we create a view, we must know the department table column and the data value. So here we have to write a query that is select star from departments, and it view the column name and the data stored in department table. When we execute it, it gives the department ID, department name, manager ID and location ID. Here we create a view on this, so we create view. Now we want to give the view name, that is department view, as we select the columns, select department ID, comma, department name, from department table, where manager ID is null. So we created a department view as select department ID, department name from departments where manager ID is not null. So we want to give a select query, select star from the view name is department view. Here we see the only command we created in the view, and the only information is viewed, that is manager ID is not null. It means these departments have any unique manager ID. So this is the example of simple view. Now we seen the example of complex view. Before going on complex view, we must drop the view like as table, drop view and view name, that is department view. Here the view is dropped. Now we can create the same view again because the department view is dropped. Now we seen the example of complex view. Now we create a complex view. Before starting a complex view, we must know the complex view is created through two or more than two tables, because in complex view we are using functions. Here we are using a join function, that is we want to join the tables. Here we have two tables. First table is employees and the second table is departments. In this table we are joining the two tables and fetching the data in the form of minimum salary, here maximum salary and average salary of the employees. We are also using group by function. As we seen, this is a simple joining statement through select query. We want to identify the minimum, maximum and average salary of the employees through each department. Now we give this query in a view format, that is create or replace view. This is the view name, department sum view, and the column we name as column alias name, minimum salary, maximum salary, average salary, as this query the select joining query. Now the whole query is creating a complex view. Now we copy the statement, and this is the command line interface. Here we paste the query. Now we execute it and the view is created. We can check this view through select star asterisk from department sum view, and here you get the view name. We are not to write the joining statement again and again, because in the view we create the joining statement and we store it, we created it. So when we run the view, it gives automatically the select query as we created in the view time. So it is the simplest and the logical way to create any statement in the view format, and it is flexible. It can hide the query, the original query we executed in the view format. When we create a view, it hides all the format and as the select query. So now we drop the view through the command drop view department sum view command, and here view dropped. We clear the screen. Now we check the drop some view command, drop some view again. Here you can see the error because the view is dropped. When the view is dropped, this gives error. Hence this is the completion of the chapter. Thank you for watching us. Please subscribe, like or comment our videos. Thank you. Hello friends, we are Digital Word Computer and today we are learning sequence. A sequence is a database object that creates integer value. You can create sequence and then use them to generate numbers. It can automatically generate unique numbers, replace application codes. It is a shareable object and it can be used as a primary key value. The sequence speed up the efficiency of accessing sequence value when cached in memory. A sequence is a user created database object that can be shared by the multiple users to generate integers. Here you can see the example of a sequence. Here we are creating a sequence through create sequence and sequence name. Increase by 1, start with 100, maximum value is 10,000. No cache and no cycling is here. Here it is increment by, it is not increase by, it is increment by. We copy it, or we can write this query on command line prompt. Here we have this command line prompt and we write the query. Here you can see we write the query like create sequence name, increment by 10, start with 120, maximum value is 4 times 9, no cache and no cycling is we are used. So we created the sequence. Here the sequence is created. Now we insert the value. Before inserting the value, we must know the pseudo columns. Here we have two types of pseudo columns. The first is nextVal and the second is curval. NextVal is used to know the next value and the curval is used for the current value of the sequence. Here both the pseudo columns are used for the sequence number. In starting, we cannot use curval because whenever the sequence is created, we insert any value through the sequence. So it create the sequence first and tell the value in the next period. So we insert in the department table because we create sequence on the department table. Here we inserted the data through this command. Insert into departments, department ID, department name, location ID, and the values are these. So in the values we use is sequence number dot nextVal as the department ID. This is the this sequence we are using as primary key of this table. So we inserting this. Here we write the query, insert into department copy, department ID, department name, location ID, and values are department ID dot sequence. It is a sequence name dot nextVal value, and this is the insert. So we inserted it. Now we want to check the inserted value. Before checking the inserted value, we must know the current value of the sequence. So we created, this is the query used to know the current value of the sequence. So here the current sequence name is department ID sequence, and we uses current value pseudo column from the dual table. Here when we press enter, the current value is 120. We inserted the next value again, and we another check the current value, that is 130, because we uses increment by 10. So it incremented by 10. The first current value is 120. We inserted in the department copy table, and next we inserted 130 because we increment by 10. We want to check these values in the department copy, so we uses select a star from department copy. Here you can check in the last we have 120 and 130 column because we uses sequence and the department ID is 120 and 130 here. Now we discuss on no cache. Cache or no cache. We can use also cache. It means how many value the Oracle server pre-allocate and keeps in memory. By default it is 20. So in the Oracle server it pre-allocate the memory how many number it have. The next is no cycle. Cycle or no cycle. By default it is no cycle. It is sequence continues to generate value after reaching its maximum or minimum value. Means if it is reaching the value maximum value at 10,000, and after this it started from 100. Meant it is the cycling. It is the maximum point and it is the minimum point. Here it is starting in the round circle way. We can also modify a sequence or altering a sequence. So alter command is used for altering or modifying a sequence. Alter sequence name, increment by 10 or 100. Maximum value, we increment the value 4 times 9 to 5 times 9. No cache and no cycling is here. So we uses this, and right here on command line prompt. Here this problem is generated because we uses department. We are not using department ID because we generate the sequence through this name. So when we creating, this sequence is altered because the value is incremented, maximum value 4 times 9 to 5 times 9. Now through this command we can alter or modifying the sequence as per our need. Now we can also drop the sequence. The command is drop sequence and the sequence name. Here we drop the sequence, that is department ID and sequence. Here the sequence is dropped. You can also check the user sequences created by the user. This is the command to check the user sequences. Select star from user sequences. Here you can check we created the department sequence, employee sequence, location sequence. We drop the our sequence name because as we previously created. So this is the end of the chapter of sequence. Subscribe, like and comment our videos. Thank you. Hello friends, we are Digital Word Computer and today we are learning index and synonyms. First we taught indexes. Index is a schema object, can be used by the Oracle server to speed up the retrieval of rows by using a pointer. It can release disk input output by using a rapid path access method to locate data quickly. It is independent of the table that it indexes. It is used and maintained automatically by the Oracle server. Indexes are created by two types. Indexes. First is automatically. And second is manual. Automatically, indexes are created by the Oracle servers. It is created on the unique and primary keys. Whenever manual are user created, and it is created on non-unique indexes on columns to speed up the access to the rows. There are two types of indexes. The first is unique. And second is non-unique. Unique index, the Oracle server automatically creates the index when you define a column in a table to have a primary key or a unique constant. The name of the index is the name that is given to the constant. Non-unique index. This is an index that a user can create from. You can create the foreign key column indexed for a join in a query to improve the speed of retrievals. You can manually create a unique index, but it is recommended that you create a unique constraint, which implicitly create a unique index. So here we are learning how to create an index on non-unique keys. Like we have a table that is employees, and in employees table there is a column name that is last name, and we create an index using create index command, and this is the index name. So we are using create index name on employees table, and last name is the column name. So we use this query on command line prompt. Here we select this query and run on command line prompt. It means index created. This index is created on the employees table on last name column, and the index name is employee last name index. Next, we can drop this index. Here you can see there are too many commands. The first command is drop index name, and the next is drop any index. The first one is drop a single index, and the next command is drop any index is used to delete all indexes in the user schema. So we used the first command, that is user index drop index the index name, and we copy it and we paste in our. Here we dropped the index. So in the index column, when we can manually create on. So in the index chapter, we can create and drop the index on the non-unique columns. You cannot drop or you cannot modify an index. So we are using drop command to drop an index and recreate the index. We cannot alter, change or modify the index. Next, we are learning about synonyms. Synonyms are database objects that enable you to call a table by another name. You can create synonyms to give an alternate name to a table. Simply access to object by creating a synonym, another name for an object. Through synonym, create an easier reference to a table that is owned by another user. Shorten lengthy object name. We can create synonym on a table. Either it is a table or a view. We can create synonym for both. Now we've seen an example of a synonym, like create public synonym. We can create two types of synonym, that is public and private. Private synonym cannot be accessed by another user, while public synonym can be used or can be called by another user. So here we create public synonym. It is a synonym name for employees table. The next is create synonym dsum for department sum view. It means we create synonym name for department view. We create a department view and we can access through the another name. Here we have a table that is department copy. Select asterisk from department copy table. Here we have the data. Now we want to create synonym. So we use create synonym. We give this synonym name, that is department copy, for department copy table. Here you can see the synonym is created, hence we check the synonym property here. So department copy is the synonym for the department copy table, and now we are accessing the synonym through the original table. It gives the output in through the original table. It means synonym are created successfully. Now we can create synonym on the table or a view. So this is the example of synonym. Now we can drop synonym. So we use this drop synonym and a synonym name, that is department and copy. Because we created the department copy synonym in the previous line, so we use this drop command here. Now we drop the synonym. Now we drop the table, that is department copy. We specially designed for understanding the concept of synonym, so we dropped it. Now we clear the screen. So this is the basic concept of the synonym and creation and deletion of synonym. The next is data dictionary, or we can also that metadata. Data dictionary is used to store the metadata, or used to store the data of the Oracle systems. It have all the data like tables, table column, constants, synonyms, views in the Oracle table. We can also check the data dictionary in the Oracle tables manually and physically also. To check the user operation, we can see there are the data dictionaries like user tables, user table columns, user constraints, user synonyms, user views, user indexes, user objects, and many more. These are the files which are running, which are the data dictionary file running on a Linux. So this is the completion of the whole series of SQL chapter. In the next video we will understand the basic concept of workshop 1 or the Oracle instance. So thank you for watching us. Please subscribe, like or comment our videos. Thank you.